Hello, everyone. I'm Insane Lane, and welcome to Tea and Rose's Book Club. How is everyone this weekend? Is it very hot where you live? It was very nice here until about midnight last night. Then the temperature started spiking up, so now it's very hot. But I mean, it is the end of June, so I can't really complain too much. Not that that's going to stop me, but we've had a relatively mild summer until now, which makes me think that August is going to be a scorcher. But we'll see. I'm hoping we have a nice winter again. I'm hoping we get just a decent amount of snow. I would like a decent amount of snow that stays around for several weeks consecutively. Just a little winter wonderland. Because it's always nice. And in Storyville land, let's see, we've got the sister is still in jail in the world's absolutely would never happenest arrest. Though I will always laugh at the lengthy, it was lengthy, almost full chapter of just showing how incompetent she is at life. Like, breaking her heels, breaking her nails, couldn't wheel her own suitcase, couldn't find her car keys. Like, just utterly ridiculous. Has no clue how to manage life. Oh yeah, we also found out that the family lawyer is her baby daddy, but apparently he doesn't know that. Which I'm guessing, like, back when they found out she was preggers, it was like, well, he's not like one of us. He's not like, of the same social circle as them, and they didn't want him in the family. So they didn't tell him, and like just probably pretended that she was a slut and she didn't know who the baby daddy was. Which maybe is why she became a slut afterwards. Like, well, if you're gonna brand me as that, I might as well enjoy myself doing it. Which would make sense. We have the other brother who's doing the horses. We didn't really get anywhere with him. I don't think we learned anything new with him. We still have the mystery girl who just kind of showed up and demanded a job, which I still think she's incredibly sus. Because, yeah, she just literally showed up, said, I'm the daughter of somebody you used to know, and I need a job. And he just is like, fine, you can work here and live here. It's very weird. Like, if that is just her true actual story and that's who she is, kind of a lame way to introduce her. It's very direct and lazy. But we'll see where that goes. Like, I have a feeling they're going to be a couple. Oh, and if this is the Lane's book, I've noticed, I looked at the covers of the other two. One has the Rolls Royce Phantom that the sister took, so that's got to be her book. And the third one, well, I think it's the third one. I mean, I don't actually know what order they go in, but the other one has horses on it, and that's got to be Edward. So I think I'm right about, like, each book is going to follow a different sibling for the most part, even though this one has been very evenly spread kind of between the three of them. Like, I think Lane is the obvious main character, and it's about him and Lizzie getting back together, and I suspect that will happen by the end of the book. But it's the first book of a series. You always got to spend so many pages introducing everyone and building your world, and then in the second and third, you have more room for direct story and things like that because you've already established your world. It's kind of why Lord of the Rings is the size that it is. Tolkien was a master at world building. So is Peter Jackson, so is James Cameron, so is George Lucas. All people very good at world building, not so much with other parts of things. Because
if you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them.
Okay, that just decided to play all by itself, because why not? So, alright, sorry for blowing your ears out and mine, ow. But all rise for the national anthem.
A cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure," then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
And there we go. All right. So, Puppy is still in jail. He knows what he did. He's still sleeping because that is his answer to being in jail. Is just go to sleep for a while, and then when I wake up, I'm probably not in trouble anymore. Or at least he thinks it's been long enough, and so he starts whining to be let out because he's like, I've been in here for so long. Doesn't matter if he slept for 10 minutes, though in this case he's been out for a couple hours because, he was a sleepy puppy anyway. It was nap time. So I don't think he objected to being locked up too much, which is probably a bad thing. But, it's a puppy. What are you going to do? Ugh. It is one of those lazy summer days for sure. Ugh. It's hot and muggy, and you just want to sit around on a sun porch and on a swing with like lemonade. But first things first, let's introduce our ducks, shall we? Oh, I love how many ducks we have. It's so great. We have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier. Why am I having brain freeze? Eloise, Fongo, Mitch, Sansu, Bob with two B's, Sasha, Bartholomew, Chuckle, Alex, Chuckles, Melman. I'm blaming my screwing up on the heat. Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Alan Tudyk, Jeeves, Playboy, Jethro, Gilbert, Vixen, Dennis, Rosie, House, Susie, Wolfie, Russell, Mark, LaSalle, Cicero, Phoebe Halliwell, John Glenn, Lil Chickadoo, Captain Blaze, Ferguson, Libby Joe, Ocean Skate 7, Jingle Hopper, Madison, Leonard, Jack Chicard, Lulu, Marty, Akasha, Dr. Breadside Manor, Autolycus, Deja, Insidious, Cleopatra, Extra Crispy, Ralph, Wisp, Dougie, Katy Perry Duck, Calvin, Abraham, Nicola, Dewey, and Gretzky. Ha! I remembered the B. There we go. Much better. Much, much better. Ow. Okay, so poking yourself in the eye when trying to remove an eyelash, not ideal strategy. Don't do it. For anyone who would like to help support the channel, we have more ducks. We have random ducks and painted ducks for $10. You can either choose a random duck. I will draw one at random out of this bag. You can name it or I will name it, up to you. Or we have a plethora of painted ducks because I got really bored and really creative. So we have Christmas Story Duck, Yoshi Duck, Pollywag Duck, Julie Roberts Duck, Queen Midas Duck, Black Swan Duck, and we also have Rooster, Mark Zuckerberg, Porygon Duck, and Evil Knievel Duck for the painted ones. Please specify if you would like a painted duck, which one. If you just say painted duck, I will pick one at random. For the $25 tier, we have these very real handcuffs, which I will put on for roughly half the stream, about 2 hours. There's a key in here, and there's a key on a string around the monitor because we practice safety here, so we make sure there's always a key in reach in case this one falls off my desk. But these are real handcuffs, not safety cuffs. They don't have the button. And for the absolutely astronomical sum of $50, we will try one of these Skittles drink mix powders. We have so far tried the cherry, the green apple, and the strawberry, but we've not tried the orange yet. So next time we get a Skittles sponsorship, not actual Skittles, you know what I mean. We're definitely trying the orange because we have to try them all at least once before we can just grab one at random or play favorites. Gotta try all the flavors first. That's just a rule. So we have those. Oh, and I am thinking of getting something sour as a drink option. I saw something and then I completely forgot, but I'm hoping I bookmarked it. Because we don't have the Sour Patch Kids of the drink mixes up here. We only have like one or two and they're all sweet, so. But we'll see what we can find. It's amazing how many, like, I guess grown up versions of candy there are. And I mean, I get they need to reach out and keep their market because if you like Skittles as a kid, now you can have like Skittles drink mix to take while you're jogging or something. I get adults buying it, but it's so kind of sleazy to like make adult versions of that stuff. Anyway, I've got our marker sheet here. I remembered to glue it. That we still are running out of room for brand names. If there's a lot of brand names tonight, we could be in trouble. Okay, weird sound, but it's okay. Alright, chapter 20. An hour later, as Jin slid into the passenger seat of her brother's dark gray Porsche. Okay, so she's out of jail. We've established this. I wasn't sure if they were gonna drag that out, but I guess not. I guess we've done something and she's out of jail now. She closed her eyes and shook her head. This has been the worst 6 hours of my life. Lane made some kind of grunt, which could have meant a lot of things, but most certainly didn't come close to the, oh God, I can't believe you lived through that, she was looking for. Well, yeah. Okay, we've established she is the most vain, spoiled, sheltered, useless, rich girl ever. That's her entire character. Excuse me, she snapped, but I was just in jail. We're in trouble, Jin. She shrugged. We made bail and Samuel T is going to make sure it stays out of the press. Jin. Her brother looked over at her while shooting them into traffic. We're in real trouble. Okay, so like what is actually going like okay, is he talking about oh, I forgot. Somebody died, didn't they? There's been like a murder or possibly a murder. We don't know how they died yet, but somebody has died. And they left a flash drive that he has. So there could be a murderer. We're in real trouble. Later, oh, so much later, she would remember this moment of their eyes meeting across the car's interior as the start of the downfall. The tip of the first domino that made all the other ones fall so fast it was not possible to stop the sequence. Oh, what? Okay, is something actually going to happen? Because we are like halfway through and really not a whole lot has happened. What are you talking about? She asked softly. You're scaring me. The family's in debt. Serious debt. Okay, we knew about that. She rolled her eyes and slashed a hand through the air. Seriously, Lane, I've got bigger problems. Does she not understand? And Rosalinda killed herself in the house sometime in the last 2 days. Oh, okay, so we're confirming that it was suicide. So did she steal from them or something? Chin put a hand to her mouth and remembered calling the woman and getting no answer just hours ago. Dead? Dead. In her office. It was impossible not to have a case of the skin crawls as she pictured the phone ringing next to the corpse of their controller. Dear God. Lane cursed as he glanced in the rearview mirror and changed lanes with a jerk of the wheel. The household checking account is overdrawn, and our father has somehow managed to borrow $53 million from the Prospect Trust Company for God only knows what. And the worst part, I don't know how much further this goes, and I'm not sure how to find out. Well, you don't have any clue what's going on yet. You don't know what this is. Also, has anybody actually tried calling their father? I know he's not there, but cell phones exist. Like, was it really so hard to get a hold of him? Why? Hey, there's been a death on the estate. Come home. Or by the way, their mother is in the house. They said she is in a drugged out coma most of the time. She pops pills, but I would at least try asking her if she knows anything. I'm not saying she would, but she might, or have some clue what's going on. It's worth asking. She's right there. Uh, what are you? I'm sorry, I don't understand. His reiteration didn't help her at all. As her brother fell silent, she stared out the front windshield, watching the road ahead curve to the contour of the Ohio River. Father can just repay the money, she said dully. He'll repay it and it'll all go away. They did say they have the mom's trust, which is twice as much, so I don't understand why that's not an option. Chin, if you need to borrow that kind of cash, it's because you're in deep, deep trouble. And if you haven't paid it back, you can't. But Mummy has money. She has plenty of. I don't think we can take anything for granted. So, where did you find the bail to get me out? I have some cash and also my trust, which I broke away from the family fund. See? See, didn't I say that? Didn't I say that? Yeah, once you turn 18, you make sure you have money in your own name that isn't tied to everything else, which is what I'm saying. The 30 something year old Jin has never done that at all. She owns nothing independently, not even a vacation house or a horse or something. Like, I'm sorry, but that's just ridiculous that she wouldn't have property and holdings in her own right at her age. Ugh, extended yawn. The two aren't nearly enough to take care of Easterly, however, and forget about paying back that kind of loan or keeping Bradford Bourbon afloat if it comes to that. She looked down at her fucked up manicure, focusing on the just the I hate when they break it in half. The decimation of that which had been perfect when she'd woken up that morning. Thank you for getting me out. No problem. I'll pay you back. Except with what? Her father had cut her off. But worse, what if there was no money to give her allowance anyway? It's just not possible, she said. This has to be some kind of misunderstanding. Some kind of a miscommunication. I'm on her side. Without proof, yeah. I don't think so. You've got to think positively, Lane. I walked in on a dead woman in her office about 2 hours ago, and that was before I found out about the debt. I can assure you that lack of optimism is not the problem here. Do you think, Chincast, do you think she stole from us? Yeah, see, that's where I'm going. $53 million? Or even a part of that? No, because why commit suicide? If she embezzled the funds, the smart thing would be to take off and change her identity. You don't kill yourself in your employer's house if you've successfully taken the cash. True. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Or, like, maybe somebody blackmailed her into doing it. Uh, but what if she was murdered? Yeah, like, do we know for sure that she killed herself? Like, we don't know this yet. I don't feel like we know this. I know he said it, but, like, that's not the same as, like, the police saying it or, like, an actual investigation, so. Lane opened his mouth like he was going to say no way her, going to no way her, but then he closed it back up, as if he were trying that idea on for size. Well, she was in love with him. Chin felt her jaw drop. Rosalinda? With father? So I guess that's saying, yeah, they've been having an affair for like 30 years. Oh, come on, Jin. Everyone knows that. Rosalinda. Her idea of letting her hair down was to tie that bun of hers lower on her head. Repressed or not, she was with him. In mother's house? Don't be naive. Yeah, seriously. Right. It was the first time she'd ever been accused of that. And suddenly that memory from all those years ago, from New Year's Eve, came back, when she had seen her father leaving that woman's office. But that had been decades ago, from another era. Or maybe not. Yeah, they've been banging this whole time, girl. Just accept it. Lane hit the brakes as they came up to a red light next to the gas station she'd visited that morning. Think about where she lived, he said. Her 4-bedroom colonial in Rolling Meadows is more than she could afford on a bookkeeper's salary. Who do you think paid for that? She has no children that we know of. Jin squeezed her eyes shut as her brother hit the gas again. I think I'm going to be ill. Do you want me to pull over? I want you to stop telling me these things. Oh, like, you are going to have to, like, get involved here. There was a long silence, and in the tense void, she kept going back to that vision of her father coming out of that office and doing up his robe. Eventually, her brother shook his head. Ignorance isn't going to change anything. We need to find out what's happening. I need to get to the truth somehow. How did you how did you find out all this? Does it matter? Actually, yeah. Do you have any proof of anything you're saying? As they rounded the final curve on River Road before Easterly, she looked off to the right, up to the top of the hill. Her family's mansion sat in the same place it always had, its incredible size and elegance dominating the horizon. The famous white expanse making her think of all the bourbon bottles that bore an etching of it on their labels. Until this moment, she had assumed her family's position was set in stone. Now she feared it might be sand. Oh, that's almost cute. I mean, it's it as hell, but it's almost cute. And what we're just like we just decided that she's getting out of jail, so it's just like even though the previous chapter ended with him finding out the accounts are drained and he doesn't know where he's going to get the money. Hi, Sethel. I think the weekend and I'm on time is the weekend the world ends. This is probably true. But you're here now, that's what matters. So here's to you. I hope it is cooler where you are. So we have little sister out of jail. Uh, brother's been figuring on, hey idiot, our father's been sleeping with the bookkeeper for 30 years. The bookkeeper who is now dead. That's the one they found dead last week. We don't know the circumstances of how she died or how, like, whether the family is actually in debt, whether there was embezzlement, blackmail. We don't know what's going on with the finances yet. But he's got little sis out of jail now, and they're going home to try and figure out what happened. Though, this is still the place where nobody noticed a dead body for 2 to 3 days, so there's that. Okay, so we're all set here. Lizzie strode down the rows of round tables under the big tent. The chairs look good. Oh, of course, because there's a corpse in the building doesn't mean we're going to even consider canceling the big derby event thing they're having. Because of course not. You're in Texas? Yeah, I feel you there. Yeah, not great. Okay, well then I sincerely hope you are in a place with AC. Ja, Credit said as she made a slight adjustment to the tablecloth. The pair of them continued on, inspecting the positioning of all 700 seats, double checking the crystal chandeliers that were hanging from the tent's 3 points, making further tweaks to the draped lengths of pale pink and white. When they were finished, they stepped out from underneath and had followed the lengths of the dark green extension cords that snaked around the exterior that supplied electricity to the 8 cyclone fans that would ensure circulation. These tents have got to be so expensive. They had a good 5 hours of work time left before dark, and for once Lizzie thought they'd actually run out of punch list priorities. Bouquets were done, flower beds were in perfect condition, pots at the entrances and exits of the tent were done up fit to kill with combinations of plant material and supplemental blooms. Even the food prep stations in the adjacent tents had been arranged per Miss Aurora's instructions. Hi, Sarah. You're doing chipmunk mode? Okay. I'm sure you had very important kitty business that kept you away. Da, 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 da. Per Miss Aurora's instructions. As far as Lizzie was aware, the food was ready, liquor delivered, waits to additional bartenders had been coordinated through Reginald, and he was not the type to drop any balls. Security to make sure the press stayed away were off duty Metro police officers and all ready to go. Okay, so they also regularly hire local cops as their personal security, and you're telling me those same cops still arrested the daughter for taking a car that belonged to her? No, they fucking didn't. She really wished there was something to occupy her time. Nervous energy had made her even more productive than usual, and now she was left with nothing but the knowledge that there was a criminal investigation going on about 50 yards away from her. Yeah, how is that not disrupting anything? God, Rosalinda. Her phone went off against her hip, the vibration making her jump. As she took the cell out, she exhaled. Thank God. Hello? Lane? Are you okay? Yes. She frowned as Greta looked over. Actually, I left it in the car, but I can go get it now. Yes, sure, of course. Where are you? All right, I'll get it and bring it right to you. When the call ended, Greta said, What's going on? I don't know. He says he needs a computer. And what? There's not one? Like, they said there's an entire business center on the property. Do they not have computers? There must be a dozen of them in the house. Yeah, there you go. After what happened this morning, you think I'm going to argue with the guy? Fair enough. Although the woman's expression screamed disapproval. I'm going to check the front of the house beds and pots and confirm the Parkers are going to arrive on time. 8 a.m. 8 a.m. and then I don't know. I'm thinking of heading home. I'm getting a migraine and it's a long day tomorrow. That's terrible. I'd say go now and come back ready to roar. Yeah, I mean, if you've got nothing to do and it's the night before the big thing, and there's the small matter of a murder investigation going on. Going home for a couple hours sounds like a good idea. Oh yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of Lane around here. That's why I'm asking. Lizzie glanced over at the house. He's getting a divorce. Says him. Really? That's what he says. Greta crossed her arms over her chest and her German accent became more apparent. About 2 years too late for that. He's not all bad, you know. Oh God, she's defending him. No, don't. Excuse me? This is 9. You can't be serious. He didn't know Chantal was pregnant, okay? Oh, she, like, God, girl, pretend to have some self respect. Like, you cannot be, like, just this already. He's been back. They've had, like, 2 conversations. He's been back for 1 day, and she's already, like, just fully back in. Greta threw up her hands. Oh, well, that makes all the difference. Then, yeah? So he voluntarily married her while he was with you. Perfect. Please don't. Lizzie rubbed her aching eyes. He got to you, didn't he? He called you, he came to you, something. Yes! There's always one character who knows that nobody listens to. And if he did, that's my business. I spent an entire year calling you, getting you out of that farmhouse, making sure you went to work. I was there for you, worrying about you, cleaning up the mess he made. So do not tell me I don't get to have a reaction when he whispers in your ear. See? She's right. Lizzie put her hand up to the woman's face. Done. We're done here. I'll see you in the morning. All right, don't listen. Marching off, she cursed under her breath the entire way down to her car, and after she got her laptop, she F-bombed the long way back to the house, deliberately avoiding the kitchen and the conservatory because she didn't want to run into Greta as the woman packed up. She entered the library and, without thinking, headed for the hallway that led to the staff stairs and the kitchen. She didn't get far. Just as she rounded the corner, she was stopped by 2 police officers, and that was when she saw the body on a rolling stretcher. Rosalinda Freeman's remains had been placed in a white bag with a 5-foot zipper that had mercifully been pulled close. Like, they would have so much, this entire house would be, like, nobody would be allowed in. Ma'am, one of the officers said, I'm going to have to ask you to step aside. Yes, yes, sorry. Tucking her eyes and swallowing her nausea, she wheeled around, trying not to think about what had happened. Failed. She'd given her name to the police, just like the rest of the staff had, and provided a brief statement of where she'd been all morning, as well as over the past few days. Yeah, because they don't even know when this person died. Like, when asked about the controller, she hadn't had much to offer. She had known Rosalind. She hadn't known Rosalinda any better than anyone had. The woman had kept to herself and her processing, and that was that. Lizzie wasn't even sure if there was any family to notify. Using the main staircase was a violation of that easterly etiquette, but considering there was a coroner's van parked out front and a crime scene down that staff hallway, she was confident in letting go of business as usual. Up on the second floor, she made her way over the pale runner, passing by the oil paintings and the occasionals that gleamed with age and superior craftsmanship. As she came up to Lane's door, she couldn't remember the last time she and Greta had fought about anything. God, she wanted to call the woman but what could she say? Drop the laptop off and leave, she told herself. That's it. Lizzie knocked on the door. Lane, come in. Pushing her way into the bedroom, she found him standing at the windows, 1 foot planted on the sill, his forearm braced on his raised knee. He didn't turn and acknowledge her, didn't say anything else. Lane, she glanced around. No one was with him. Listen, I'll just leave it. I need your help. Taking a deep breath, she said, okay. But he stayed silent as he stared out at the garden, and God help her, it was impossible not to run her eyes over him. Oh God, why does nobody have any self-control in these books? Just because if somebody's hot, they have no self-control and must always notice how hot this person is at all times. Like, is this a straight people thing? Is that why I don't get it? Like, yeah. Man, puppy's out for the count. I guess being in jail really takes it out of him. I'm sure he'll wake up and want out at some point, but he's still a naughty puppy. She told herself she was looking for signs of strain, that she wasn't measuring his muscular, God, this is going to be awful, shoulders, the short hair at the base of his neck, the biceps that had curled up and were straining the short sleeves of his polo shirt. He'd changed clothes since she'd last seen him, had taken a shower, too. She could smell the shampoo, the aftershave. I'm sorry about Rosalinda, she whispered. What a shock. Hmm. Who found her? I did. Lizzie closed her eyes and hugged her laptop to her chest. Oh, God. Abruptly, he put his hand in the front pocket of his slacks and took something out. Will you stay with me while I open this? What is it? Something she left behind. He showed her a black USB drive. I found it on her desk. Is it a suicide note? I don't think so. He sat down on the bed and nodded at her laptop. Do you mind if I. Oh, yes. She joined him, flipping open the Lenovo. Oh, I know that brand. I don't use them, but I know them. And hitting the power button. I have Microsoft Office, so yeah, Word documents are no problem. Because we needed to advertise? Jesus. And I do not use Microsoft Office. Open Office. I don't think that's what it is. Signing in, she passed the computer over to him. Here. He pushed the drive in and waited. When the screen flashed a variety of options, he hit Open Files. There was only one on the drive, and it was marked William Baldwin. Lizzie rubbed her eyebrow with her thumb. Are you sure you want me to see this? I'm sure I can't look at it without you here. Lizzie found herself reaching up and resting her hand on his shoulder. I'm not going to leave you. For some reason, she thought of that peach lingerie she'd found behind his father's bed. Hardly something Rosalinda would wear. Oh, so he's got other mistresses. A lighter tone of gray was the closest the controller had ever come to whooping it up on the wardrobe front. Then again, who knew what the women had underneath all those proper skirts and jackets? Yeah, or he was sleeping with somebody else. Elaine clicked on the file, and Lizzie was aware of her heart pounding like she'd run a full tilt mile. And he was right. It wasn't some kind of love letter or suicide note. It was a spreadsheet full of columns of numbers and dates and short descriptions that Lizzie was too far away from the screen to read. What is all that? She asked. $53 million, he muttered, scrolling down. I'll bet it's $53 million. What do you mean? Wait, are you saying she stole that? No, but I think she helped my father too. What? He glanced over at her. I think my father finally has blood on his hands. Or at least, blood we can see. So are they saying the father embezzled from his own company? Like, why would you do that? If you already own the company and you're the head of the family and you control all the finances, why would you need to embezzle? Or steal from, like, your family or the company's money? Why would you need to do this? This is not making any sense to me. End of chapter, so we're going to take a stretch break, because ow. But yeah, I don't see why you would need to do that. Because you're already rich. You already control everything. Like, it just seems pointless. You know, unless there's, like, something we don't know about yet. Oh, like, maybe he wanted to run away with the controller girl. Like, he, like, said, like, help me steal, like, $50 million from the family estate company, whatever, and we'll, like, run away to Barbados together. And then, like, maybe she found out that he was sleeping with somebody else, like, and he was, like, gonna take her. Maybe that's why she unalived herself and like left a note like outing him for stealing. That would be cool. That would kind of be the ultimate revenge. Like, sad that she's dead, but leaving proof that, like, oh, he's a thief. Like, that would be pretty badass revenge. uh, Oh, Puppy has relocated to the front of the cage now. Yes, you. I'm talking about you. He's like half awake looking at me. What do you think? Hmm? You're just a sleepy, comfy boy right now, and you don't care that you're locked up, do you? No, he doesn't care yet because he's warm and sleepy and comfy, so he's good. See, this is why locking him in his crate is not exactly a great form of punishment, but I don't know what else to do with him. And he knows what he did. Chapter 21. Refocusing his computer on his lap, Lane scrolled down the Excel spreadsheet, tracing the entries, trying to add up a rough total. But he needn't have bothered. Rosalinda provided the sum to him at the very end, in a bolded box offset far right to all of the columns. It wasn't it was not, in fact, $53 million. Nope, it was $68,489,242.65. The explanation of the withdrawals ranged from Cartier to Tiffany to Bradford Aviation LLC, which was a corporation that ran all the company's planes and pilots, and Bradford Human Resources Payroll, which most likely took care of the household staff paychecks. But there was a repeating entry that he didn't recognize. WWB Holdings. William Wyatt Baldwin Holdings. Had to be. But what was that? Okay, so yes, seems like Dad was embezzling, but like we're gonna why? And he's like out of town, so has he like just taken all the money and run away? Again, I need a why for it. The lion's share had gone to it. I think my father, he glanced over at Lizzie. I don't know. The trust company says he put himself, or the family, I guess, into huge debt. For what, though? Even with all the spending, there should be plenty of cash coming in through Bradford Bourbon Company distribution to shareholders, of which we're the largest group. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Like, the company is like successful. It would be making huge money every year. Like, it's very hard to. I don't know. This is not making a lot of sense. I don't know if author like did her homework on finances. Not that I can say I have, but the rental company, Lizzie murmured. What? The rental company didn't get paid. Their accounts payable called Rosalinda last week and she never got back to them. Who else do we owe, I wonder? How can I help? He stared over at her, his brain churning. Let me get into this file. It's a good start. What else? God, her eyes were blue, he thought. And her lips. Those naturally red lips of hers were so perfectly shaped. I literally was about to say, is he going to put the laptop aside and they bang? Because it like, he's like grieving and in shock. Also, by the way, if you think the father's involved in all this, why is nobody trying to contact him? Like, he was literally there this morning. He's only been gone a few hours. Why is nobody blowing up his phone? Because I would have an assistant standing right there just hitting his phone on repeat until he picked up. Or like find out like what hotel he's staying at, call there, do something. Like, I mean, if he doesn't answer, at least you know. She was talking to him, but he couldn't hear her. It was as if a muffing had come down around him, making him unaware of any sounds around him. And then the computer in his lap and all of its secrets revealed disappeared too, so that neither the glow of the screen, nor the pattern of the columns, nor the numbers and letters registered either. Lizzie, he said, cutting her off. Yes, I need you, he heard himself say hoarsely. No, he just needs to get off her so his brain can process, but she's there and probably willing, so. Of course, what can I. He leaned in and put his lips to hers, brushing quick. She gasped and pulled away. Lane waited for her to get up. tell him off, maybe go 80s romance and slap him with an open palm. Instead, she brought her fingertips up and touched her mouth. Then she closed her eyes. I wish you hadn't done that. Fuck. I'm sorry. He dragged a hand through his hair. I'm not in my right head. Yeah, this is why, like, she needs to leave. She nodded. Yes. Perfect, he thought. His life was on fire on too many fronts to count, so why shouldn't he drop another load of flames somewhere else? You know, just to help the inferno along. I'm sorry, he said. I shouldn't have just. She launched herself at him with such a quick shift he nearly jerked himself away. What saved him was the wanting, the vicious craving he'd always had for her that was all pent up from the time they'd been apart. Yep. I'm guessing they're gonna go at it. Are we finally getting a sex scene? Almost 100. We're 190 pages in. Yay for a book that has restraint with the intimate scenes. It doesn't like front load the hell out of them. Oh, I did kind of forget about the burn video this week, so it's not done, but it will be done for next week. Ugh. I have all the elements going, so I didn't want to rush it, so I will have that for last week or next week. Ugh. The last book, I mean, we will have the video for next week. Words are hard. Uh, Lizzie spoke against his mouth. I'm not in my right head either. With a curse, he wrapped his arms around her and dragged her into his lap, the computer sliding off onto the thick carpet, which was fine. He wanted to forget about the money, his father, Rosalinda, even if just for a moment. I'm sorry, he said as he pushed her down on the mattress with a twist. I need you. I need to be in you. Okay, like, that's like the least romantic thing said. As he's pushing her down on the bed, he's basically saying, I just need to put my dick in something and you're here. This is not romantic. That's not what a woman wants to hear. Okay, I think I left my stove on. I need to go check because I think I just heard it click, and if I did that, it's been on for hours. So I will be right back in just 1 second after I make sure I'm not going to melt my stove. Yep, left the stove on. God, that means it's been on for like 7 hours. Ugh. The heat's one thing, but like prime hours on a Saturday, that's going to be expensive. Also, how the hell did I leave my stove? I never do that. Ugh, I'm really annoyed at myself right now because that is one of those really dumb things to do that I like to think I never do. Puppy's now upside down in the rub my belly. Rub my belly while I'm sleeping. Rub my belly while I'm sleeping. So he's good. Yes, you snuggly little thing. You just happy snuggle. You don't even realize you're in trouble right now because you're just a happy snuggly thing. Uh, knock, knock. They both froze, their eyes meeting. What? He barked out. As a muted female voice said something about towels, all Lane thought about was the fact the door was not locked. No, thank you. Lizzie pushed her way out from under him, and he moved so she could get to her feet. Meanwhile, the maid in the hallway kept talking. I'm good, thanks, he said roughly. His eyes tracked Lizzie's hands as they yanked her shirt back down, and her fingers brushed her hair. Lizzie, he whispered. She just shook her head as she paced around, looking as if she were considering a leap out the window strategy for escape. More talk from the maid, and he just lost it. Exploding up to his feet, he stalked over, ripped open the door, blocking the way into his room. The blonde 25-year-old on the other side was the same one who'd been in the hallway when he and Chantal had been arguing. Oh, hi. She smiled up at him. How are you? I don't need anything, thanks, he said roughly. As he turned away, she reached out and took his arm. I'm Tiffany. That's with a PH and a double I at the end. Okay, who is this bitch? Is she a reporter or something? Nice to meet you. If you'll excuse, I was just going to come and check your bathroom. That smile of hers gave her away, and that little change in position where her pelvis tilted towards him and one of her legs got extended like she was wearing stilettos instead of Crocs. Okay, she just a slut? Like, what is going on? Lane rolled his eyes. He couldn't help it. The woman he really wanted had just gotten out from under him, and this piece of taffy was thinking she had anything to offer. Piece of taffy! What? I have heard a lot of phrases that men use to refer to women, especially certain types of women, but piece of taffy? Is that a regional thing? Because, seriously, what? Make that taffy. Thanks, but no, I'm not interested. He closed the door on her because he didn't have the energy to be pleasant and he didn't want to say something he was going to regret. Hi, Persnickety and Sasha. Has she forgiven you yet? Yeah, we haven't really learned anything new. We had an almost sex scene, the sister's out of jail, um, and their dad's been siphoning money from the family fortunes, and nobody has tried to contact him yet. Oh, and Bo is in jail, though he is sitting up and requesting to be allowed out. Hmm. Alright, I will let you out in 5 minutes, okay? Yeah, I'll let you out in 5 minutes. He was a very naughty boy. So don't feel bad for him being locked up. He deserves it. No, I'm sure by now he has no idea why he's in trouble. He knew when he got put in there, though. I saw it on his little face. He knew. Pivoting around, he found Lizzie across the room by the window. She was deliberately standing off to the side as if she didn't want to be seen from down below, and her arms were crossed over her chest. "You sounded so sincere," she said roughly. "When I'm with you, I am. With that maid just now. Why wouldn't I be? You know what I really hate? I can only imagine," he muttered, "how she just propositioned you, and still all I can think of is taking your clothes off, like you're some kind of toy I'm fighting with her over." Ugh! Okay, this is supposed to be like an independent, free-spirited kind of woman, and she's this pathetic over him? Like, ugh. His erection twitched in his pants. Okay, why is this a thing in like cheap, like, romance erotica books? Why is the guy's dick always its own character? I don't need to know what his penis is doing. I really don't. There is no fight. I'm yours, if you want. Here and now. Or later. A week, a month, years from now. Shut up, his arousal said. Just shut up, buddy, with that timeline stuff. Yeah, I would not be taking his word on the commitment thing, considering he's getting divorced. I'm not falling back into you, Lane. I'm just not. You already have, and you already argued with someone over it. You said that over the phone. Lizzie nodded and unplugged from the view of the garden. As the light began to fade from the sky, she marched across the room, clearly heading for the door. Damn it, not the door. She did not, in fact, go to the door. Lizzie stopped at him and let her fingers do the walking, taking his face, bringing his mouth back to hers. Lizzie, he groaned, licking into her mouth. Ew. The kiss got out of control fast, and he was not going to lose the chance with her. Spinning her around, he pushed her against the wall, the oil painting next to them bouncing so hard the thing threw itself off its hook and splintered to the floor. That kind of impact would leave her with a concussion, because those things are fucking bolted onto the walls. He didn't care. His hand shot under her clothes, finding skin, riding upwards to feel her breasts. He never thought he'd get this again, and thought he would have liked to do a slow and sweet. He couldn't. Too desperate. He was rough with the waistband of her shorts, tearing at the buttons, the zipper, ripping them down her legs. Yeah, that's gonna make her, like, when she needs to leave and not be naked, that's, like, we're gonna have problems. Then he slid his hand between her thighs, pushing her cotton panties out of the... Lizzie called out his name in a hoarse voice that nearly made him come right then and there. And another... Fuck! No! No, no, no! No, I know this author knows better. Look, right there, we have the wrong spelling of cum. No! Okay, other series that I've read by this author, of which I've read many, many books, she knows how to spell cum. She knows which one is right. So this is on purpose. Ugh. And as her fingers bit into his shoulder, he stroked her harder. Hurt me, he growled when she dug into him. Make me bleed. Okay, so he's a masochist. I like this. I can get behind this. He wanted the pain along with the pleasure. Everything that was going on with his father and his family making him raw and dark on the inside, to the point where he wondered dimly if maybe this was what drove his brother Max. Drove his brother Max to what? We don't know anything about this other brother. There's like a fourth sibling heard mentioned like twice now. He heard about those things Maxwell did, or rumors about them. Okay, apparently he's dark and evil. Maybe this was why. He felt like he had to get the darkness out or it was going to consume him. Is his brother like a sadist or something? Does he have that kind of reputation with the women? Maybe autocorrect? It could be. Or it could be because I know like it's a dumb reason, but in some like, more conservative places, they think spelling cum cum is vulgar. And so like they won't read it or publish it, or they think it makes a book like too raunchy if it's spelled like that. Lifting Lizzie up off the floor, he realized the way she locked onto him with her powerful arms. One tearing jerk of the zipper on his slacks, and his arousal was ready to go. He split her underwear in two, and then the roar he let out into her neck was like that of an animal, but he paid no attention to the sound. Why is there always roaring? Why? Why do the guys always have to roar during sex? Why? I Not that I have extensive experience with men, but well, not IRL. Online I have worlds of experience. But I've never known any that roared. Either in real life or on the phone or whatever. I've never known a guy to roar when having a moment. Why is this always a thing? I'm going to start a list of like bad romance book cliches. Roaring is going on the list. Roaring during sex and the penis being character. Rar. Oh, Sethale, you're adorable. This is why I love you the best. Okay, I'm sorry, Bo. I really love you the best. He's a puppy. Can't hurt his little feelings. Yes. All right. I'm going to release the puppy. He may want cuddles, or sometimes it takes him a minute to come out because he's not like sure if he's still in trouble. All right, you can come out if you want to. Yes, you can come out. Just don't do it again, okay? He's going, don't do what? I've completely forgotten why I was in trouble. You want up? No? You're just going to be chairside dog? He's still sleepy. Give him a minute. But yeah, I'm putting like penis as its own character, guys roaring during sex, ugly cars, and stupid women. You want up? Come on. Come on. Yes, come on. Oh, somebody needs to know they're still loved. Oh, he's turning down my sound. Puppy, we talked about you pushing the buttons. Remember? Remember, you're not supposed to push the buttons. Say hi to the puppy, everyone. Look at him. In all his I got in trouble and I got away with it glory. I got into the garbage and wasn't a very good dog today. Now I got into the garbage and I made a mess. Yes. I made a mess. So, he's not getting too much cuddles. Right? He's such a happy boy. Yes, you're a happy boy, aren't you? See, he's allowed to roar and growl at things, not that he usually does, but sometimes he does. Sometimes he tries to be a very big, tough, strong puppy. I mean, they're going to be cleaning the carpet soon. He's going to be barking all day. Right? Yeah. Because, carpet cleaner's even more dangerous than a vacuum. So he's really going to have to protect his toys. Yes, aren't you? Aren't you? Yes, aren't you? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You little thing. You fuzzy little thing. Fuzzy little thing. Yeah, it's Buzzy. All right, you're out of jail. You're not in trouble anymore. Just don't get in the garbage again, all right? I love you too. I love you too. Yes. All right, go lay down and don't bother me too much. Good puppy. I'm gonna write those down before I forget them. Ugly cars, stupid women. I'm missing one. Oh yeah, roaring during sex. All right, starting with the next book, we're adding these. You can hear Bo making himself comfy on the couch now for an extended nap. Because, being in trouble and sleeping your way through it is just so exhausting. He let out a roar. The roar he let out into her neck was like that of an animal, but he paid no attention to the sound. The slick hold of her sex was a sensation he felt over his entire body, and he orgasmed immediately. So I'm putting this on this. Why do the guys in this never have any fucking stamina? Why are they all like? Why are they all like 3-second cowboys? Why? So long. So long that he had dreamed of her and regretted what had happened. And he wanted to do things differently. And now he was where he had prayed to be. With every pumping release into her, he was rewinding time, putting things back to rights, repairing the wrongs. No, you're not. You're not actually doing any of that. He wanted to get with her. He wanted to get with her to briefly take himself out of the present, but it turned out to be the experience was more than that. So much more. But that had always been true about Lizzie. He'd had sex many times in his life. None of it had ever mattered, though, until he'd been with her. Oh, yes. Magic vagina. Yep. Lizzie hadn't meant to take things this far. As Lane orgasmed inside her, she was swept up along with him, her release echoing his. Fast. So fast. It was all so fast and furious. The deed done and over with in moments, the pair of them remaining locked together as the initial wave passed. Had they just done this, she wondered. Well, yeah, she thought as he twitched inside her. And then she noticed, oh God, he smelled the same, and his hair was still impossibly soft, and his body was every bit as powerful as she remembered. Tears speared into her eyes, and she hid her face in his shoulder. She didn't want him to know about the emotions. She was having a hard enough time acknowledging the confusing jumble to herself. Just sex, she told herself. This had been only about a physical craving on both sides, and God knew the lust thing had never been a problem for them. From the instant she'd seen him yesterday, that connection of theirs had simmered under the surface of her skin. Under his, too. Okay, fine. She hadn't been able to say no in this single discrete instance, even though she should have. Whether or not it was a mistake was going to depend on how she handled things from here. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say this was a mistake. Pulling herself together, she eased back into his hold, acutely aware that they were still linked where it mattered most. The expression on his face made her catch her breath, as did the way he reached up and brushed her cheek. He seemed so vulnerable, but before she could make some calm, reasonable comment, he started moving deep inside of her once more. Slowly, oh so slowly, up and out, and up and out. In response, she closed her eyes and went limp, his arms supporting her, the hard wall against her back, buttressing her against him. Part of her was utterly present, every moment registering with the vividness of a lightning strike, all the panting tightness of her chest and the sizzle in her blood taking over everything. The other half of her was on the run. Oh God, the feel of his hand in her hair, and his mouth kissing hers so deep, his hips curling and retreating, and coming home in all the ways that her body had wanted for so long. And it was also bad news. Lizzie, he said in a voice that cracked. I missed you, Lizzie. So bad it hurts. Don't think about it, she told herself. Don't listen. His name broke out of her once again, and the snap of pleasure making her sex contract around his erection as he jerked into her, pumping her against that wall, banging her until she hit her head. When they fell still but for the breathing, she collapsed against him. This can't be the last time, he groaned as if he knew what she was thinking. It just can't. How did you know? I don't blame you. He eased back and his heavy-lidded eyes burned. I just don't want this to be Lane. The knock on the door made her jump, and him curse. Fucking hell, he spat. And considering he wasn't a big curse man, she had to smile a little. Dude, this is why you locked the door! What? He bit out. Mr. Baldwin, the butler's voice cut in. Mr. Lodge is here for you. Lane frowned. Tell him I'm busy. He says it's urgent. Lizzie shook her head and pushed herself out of his arms for a second time. As her feet hit the floor in silence, she caught a visceral reminder they hadn't used a condom. Ah! Ah! Ew! 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 Uncalled for! Ew! That was uncalled for! Now I'm trying not to gag. Ew! Why? Why do we have to do this? Why? Fuck! I had the mental thought, are they going to address the fact that they didn't use a condom? But, like, that's just not a thing in books. Birth control is not a thing. Like, nobody ever worries about it. And you better believe nobody worries about STIs at all, ever, in any of these books, ever. But, ew! Ugh. 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 And I was thinking about pizza like 5 minutes ago. Ugh. Did not need this. And yep, everything got very, very real as she yanked up her shorts and hustled to the bathroom. Didn't he literally rip her shorts apart? Isn't this going to be a problem? She took care of everything the best she could as Lane talked to the Englishman through the door, and when she came back out, he'd pulled his pants back up and was pacing around. She put her palm out before he could say anything. Go see him. Lizzie, if even a quarter of what you're worried about is true, you're going to need him. Where are you going? I don't know. I think we're basically done until first thing tomorrow. In so many more ways than one. Can you stay? He blurted. Her brows lifted. Stay as... You don't mean in here for the night. That's insane. In a household where staff couldn't technically use half the doors, her waking up in the youngest son's bed and still working at Easterly was a total non-starter. Ah, yes, she thought, the good old days of dating him, when she'd exhausted herself trying to keep everything a secret. Anywhere, he said. One of the cottages, I don't care. Lane, listen, we're not going back to the way it was before, remember? I don't know why I did what I just did, but it doesn't mean... He came at her, pulling her in for a kiss, his tongue penetrating her mouth. God help her, after a moment she kissed him back. Even as her head was telling her no, her body had its own ideas. Okay, I also hate this trope of just, a woman is saying no to you, so just kiss her until she shuts up and does what you want. This is not things to be teaching. It matters, he says against her lips. This matters to me even more than my family. Do you hear me, Lizzie? You have always and will always matter most to me. I would not be believing a word that he said. On that, he left and went to the door, pausing to level a stare at her over his shoulder, the kind that was a vow if she'd ever seen one. Sitting down on the foot of his bed, she looked over at the wall they'd had sex against. The oil painting on the floor was utterly ruined, the canvas stretched and torn. From falling off the wall? No, that is not how that works. But she didn't even try to go over to assess the damage. She just sat there and tried to convince herself it wasn't a sign from God. Oh, yep, suddenly religious, there we go. It was a while before she left his room, and she was careful over by the door, listening for voices or the sounds of footsteps before cracking the panels and peeking out. When there was nothing except silence, she all but leapt into the middle of the corridor and started walking past. Chantal's room was across the hall and down a little. As she passed by it, she could smell the woman's expensive perfume. Such a good reminder, not that she needed it, of why she should have left after that first interruption, instead of taking it to the next level at a dead run. She had only herself to blame. That's not entirely true. End of chapter. So, are we just assuming they're back together now? Ay. And who is this fourth sibling we've heard mentioned twice, but are they dead? Like, I don't know if this person's even alive. Are they just like permanently exiled? Are they in jail? Like, where is this person? Freaking mirror. There we go. Chapter 22. As Lane jogged downstairs, all he could think was how much he wanted a drink in his hand. The good news, probably the only he was getting, was that when he arrived in the parlor, Samuel T. was helping himself to some family reserve, the sound of bourbon hitting ice, needling Lane's own craving into a full-blown addict's claw. Hey, we got one. We got somebody drinks bourbon. Yeah, we only have 4 on that. I thought it would be way higher given the title of the book. Uh, Care to share the wealth, he muttered as he slid the oak-paneled pocket doors into place on both sides of the room. There was so much he didn't want anyone else to hear. My pleasure. Samuel T. presented him with a healthy share in a squat crystal glass. Long day, huh? You have no idea. Lane clicked his rim with the other man's. What can I do for you? Samuel T. drank his bourbon down and went back to the bar. I heard about your controller. My condolences. Thank you. You found her. That's right. Been there, done that. Really? Really? The attorney turned back around and shook his head. Rough stuff. He's found a body before? Okay. So this is the attorney that doesn't know he's Jin's baby daddy. You don't know the half of it. Listen, I don't want to rush you, but are you serious about that divorce? Absolutely. Do you have a prenup? When Lane shook his head, Samuel cursed. Any chance she cheated on you? Liz rubbed Lane rubbed his temple and tried to pull out of what had just happened with Lizzie and what he had seen on the laptop. He wanted to tell Samuel T. to get with him tomorrow, but the problems with Chantal were going to be waiting in the wings, whether or not his family was going down in flames financially. Yeah, this is not a great time for her to be divorcing him if she, is entitled to like a certain financial amount that he doesn't have right now. In fact, it was probably better to get that ball rolling rather than sit on it in the light of the stuff with his father. The quicker he got her out of the house, the less insider information she could sell to the tabloids. Not that he couldn't see her becoming a talking head to the lowest common denominator if things went badly for the Bradfords. I'm sorry, he said between sips. What was the question? Has she cheated on you? Not that I know of. She's just been in this house for 2 years, living off my family and getting manicures. That's too bad. Lane cocked a brow. Didn't know you had such a jaundiced view of marriage. If she cheated on you, that can be used to reduce alimony. Kentucky's a no-fault state for divorce, but misdeeds like affairs or abuse can be used to mediate spousal support. I haven't been with anyone else. Well, except for Lizzie just now upstairs, and about 100,000 times before that in his mind. That doesn't matter unless you're seeking support from Chantal. Not a chance. A clean break is all I want from that woman. Does she know this is coming? I've told her. But does she know? That would be no, because she did not take him seriously at all. Have you got papers for me to sign now? When the attorney nodded, Lane shrugged. Well then, she'll be aware of how serious I am as soon as she gets served. Once I get your John Hancock, I'll go directly downtown and file this petition. The court's going to have to conclude that the marriage is irrevocably broken, but I think, given the pair of you have been living apart for about 2 years, that will not be a problem. I will warn you, there's no way she's not going to hit you for support. And there's a potential that that's going to cost you, especially because her standard of living has been so high here in this house. I'm guessing some of your trusts have kicked in. I'm on the first tier. Second tier is triggered when I'm 40. So they have multiple trust accounts. What's your annual income? Does that include poker winnings? Does she know about them? Do you file income taxes on those funds? No and no. Then we'll leave that off the table. So what's your number? I don't know. Nothing ridiculous. Just a million or so. It's like a fifth of the income generated off the corporation. She'll go after that. Not the corpus, right? I think there's a spendthrift clause. If it's the Bradford family irrevocable of 1968, which I believe it is, my father drafted the terms. So you can bet your best flask no soon to be ex wife is invading anything. I'll need to see a copy of the documents, of course. Yeah, this is not going to go well. Perfect Trust has everything. Samuel T. ran through the various file this, counter that, disclose whatever, but Lane checked out. In his mind, he was upstairs in the bedroom with the door shut and Lizzie fully naked in his bed. He was all over her with his hands and with his mouth, closing the distance of years and going back to where they had been before Chantal had shown up in her designer maternity clothes. Whatever he was facing with his father and the debt, it would be so much easier if he had Lizzie with him, and not just in a sexual way. Friends helped each other, right? What are you expecting her to do here? And again, why has absolutely nobody attempted to contact the father who is apparently responsible for putting them in all this debt and has been siphoning off money from the company? Just nobody has even tried to call him or like figure out where he is. Like, what the actual fuck? Sound good. Lane replugged into his lawyer. Yes, how long? Like I said, I'll file everything today with another friendly judge who owes me a favor or two, and Mitch Ramsey has agreed to serve her the summons immediately. Next comes hashing out the marital settlement, and my guess is she'll get one hell of an attorney on her side for you to pay for. You've been living apart for more than 60 days, but she's going to need to leave this house ASAP if you're going to stay here. I don't want to trip that wire and delay this 2 months thanks to a cohabitating agreement from the other side. My guess is she's going to contest everything, because she's going to want as much money from you as possible. My goal, however, is to get her out of your life with the clothes on her back and that $250,000 engagement ring you gave her, and that's it. Yeah, that's never going to happen. I thought they did. He's allegedly in Cleveland. Yeah, I do remember them saying he was in Cleveland, but it was like a day trip thing. I don't know. But I'm still going like, why has nobody called him and started asking for explanations? Or are they saying like he left and he's not coming back or something? Because I don't think Cleveland is a place you flee to. But yeah, you're right that they said that. So we'll see. I'm sure eventually somebody will try to like figure out where he is or something. I mean, it's got to be some kind of a crime to like steal from a family company or something, right? I'm assuming eventually they have to report this to somebody. Uh, Sounds good to me, especially as he didn't know if there was a pot to piss in anywhere else but his own account. Where do I sign? Samuel T. made short work with various pieces of paper, presenting them for a scrawl in blue ink on the corner of the bar cart. It was all over quicker than Lane could finish his first bourbon. You want me to give you a retainer? He asked as he gave the Mont Blanc back to his attorney. Samuel T. finished his own drink, then put in more ice and more family reserve in his glass. This is free of charge. Lane recoiled. Come on, man, I can't let you do that. Let me. No, frankly, I don't like her, and she doesn't belong in this house. I'm looking at this divorce case as housekeeping, a broom sweep to get the trash out. Okay, so this woman is severely disliked by everybody. I didn't know you disliked her so much. Samuel T. put his hands on his hips and stared at the Oriental. I'm going to be completely honest here. Oh, are we getting dirt? Are we dishing on someone? Are we spilling the tea? Lane knew where things were going just by the way the attorney was gritting his jaw. Go on. About 6 months after you left here, Chantal called me up, asked me to come over. When I said no, she showed up at my house. She was looking for a friend, as she put it. Oh, is she a slut? Then she shoved her hand down my pants and offered to get on her knees. Yep, slut. I told her she was out of her mind. Even if I were attracted to her, which I've never been, your family and mine have been linked for generations. I would never, ever be with a wife of yours, divorced or separated or together. Besides, Virginia is a fine state to go to college in, but I wouldn't marry a girl from there. And that was what she was actually after. Man, he hated being right about that bitch sometimes. He truly did. I'm not surprised, but I'm glad you told me. Lane put out his palm. I'll repay you the favor someday. Favor of what? Not sleeping with her? I'm certain you will. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll run these down to the courthouse. The attorney shook what was offered to him, bowed ever so slightly, and then left with the glass still in his hand. They can arrest you for open container, Lane called out. Just FYI. Not if they can't catch me, Samuel T. hollered back. Okay, so we're fully supporting drinking and driving, because that's like his third bourbon, and he's taking it with him. So, yeah, let's do that. Crazy, Lane muttered as he finished his own drink. As he went to pour another, his eyes drifted over to the oil painting over the mantelpiece. It was of Elijah Bradford, the first member of their family to make enough money to distinguish himself from his peers by sitting for a major American artist. Was he, at this very moment, rolling in his grave? Or would that come later? Because where they had all sunk to got even worse. You don't even know what's going on yet. Like, you know what else I would be doing? I'd be calling every bank that we have business with and getting account statements to see where things stand. Like, you don't even know what's going on yet. Chin rode a wave of panic down Easterly's grand staircase. As soon as she'd seen the vintage maroon Jaguar pull up to the house, she had changed out of the clothes she'd worn to jail, for God's sake, and put on a silk dress that ended well north of her knees. She'd also taken a moment to brush her hair, mist more perfume, slide her feet into a pair of pumps that made her ankles look thinner than ever. Going by closed parlor doors, she knew her brother was talking to Samuel T. about the situation or situations. She left them be. Instead of barging in, she went out of the front door and waited by the old-fashioned convertible. The temperature was still 80 degrees in spite of the fact the sun had started to go down, and there was a mugginess in the air. Or maybe that was her nerves. To get some shade, she kept herself close to Lee in one of the big magnolias that grew up close to the house. As she started the car, she remembered the time she'd been in the thing with Samuel T. The night wind in her hair, his hand between her legs as he drove them along the winding roads to his farm. The convertible had been purchased by Samuel T. Sr. on the day of the birth of what had turned out to be the man's one and only living offspring, and it had been given to younger Samuel T. on his 18th birthday with strict instructions he was not to kill himself in the damn thing. And funny, the instructions had found home. It was only when he was behind the steering wheel of that car that Samuel T. was careful. Jin had long suspected it was because he knew if anything happened to him, his family tree was over. He was the only member of his generation who had survived. A lot of tragedy. for which, until this very moment, she'd had little appreciation. While she waited, her heart beat fast, but not hard, the fluttering in her chest making her feel lightheaded, or perhaps it was the heat. Okay, are we ever going to get an explanation? Hi, Deacon, for why, like, she never told him he's the baby daddy. Samuel T. pulled open the front door and strode out of Easterly, crystal glass of bourbon in his hand. He cut quite a dashing figure with that perfectly beautiful seersucker suit and his astonishing face, and his monogrammed briefcase. He had put on a pair of gold-rimmed sunglasses, and his thick dark hair was brushed back off his high forehead, that cowlick in the front making it seem styled when in fact that had never been necessary. Okay, so he's definitely her love interest. We've got all the pairings established now. He stopped as he saw her, then drawled, "Come to thank me for saving you. I need to talk to you." Oh, trying to negotiate a retainer using something other than cash? He is such an asshole to her. He tossed back the liquor and put the glass on the front step, as only someone who had lived with help all his life could. "I'm amenable to all suggestions." She measured every step he made towards her in his car. She knew she knew so well that body of his, that hard, muscular body that belied him for the farmer he was in his soul under all his fancy barrister trappings. Of course, of course, of course. Uh, this is just a section of the book where everybody's horny. That's this section. We're in the everybody's horny section. Amelia was going to be tall like he was, and she was smart like he was. Unfortunately, the girl was also stupid like her mother, although maybe she would grow out of that. "Well," he said as he put his briefcase in the jump seat, "do I get to pick the way you pay your bill?" Ew, 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 ew. Even through his sunglasses, she could feel his eyes on her. He wanted her. He always wanted her, and at times he hated her for that. He was not a man who appreciated constraints even of his own making. She was the same way. Samuel T. shook his head. "Do not tell me the cat has that luscious tongue of yours. It would be such a pity to lose that particular piece of your anatomy." Wow, he really, like, he either hates her or, like, I don't know. "Samuel." The instant he heard the tone in her voice, he frowned and took his sunglasses off. "What's wrong?" "I Did anyone mistreat you in that jail? Because I will go down there personally and marry me." That's one possible. Yep. He froze, everything stopping. His expression, his breathing, maybe even his heart. Then he punched out a laugh. "Right, right, right. Sure you do. I'm serious." The car door opened suddenly, a testament to the meticulous care that was paid to the vehicle. "The day you settle down with any man is the eve of the second coming." Wow! They're all so mean to her! "Samuel, I love you." He shot her a sardonic look. "Oh, please. I need you." See, that's true, because her father sold her to somebody else, which is making more sense now. "Jail really bothered you, didn't it?" He lowered himself onto the bucket seat and stared out over the hood of the car for a moment. "Look, Chin, don't feel bad about having gone in there, okay? I've managed to scrub everything down at HQ so it won't even get on the blotter. No one's going to know. That's not why, let's get married. Please." Okay, girl, can you maybe offer some fucking explanation? Because the only reason she wants to do this, like, I know we're going to find out she secretly still has a thing for him, and, you know, her family pulled the two of them apart, and she's been longing for him all these years while she's been slutting around with everybody else. But right now she's doing it because her father sold her to someone she can't stand. She doesn't want to be, like, she knows the family is financially in trouble, and she doesn't want to be sold to that guy who was, like, just so completely horrid to her. So she's begging this guy to marry her and, like, save her, but, like, girl, just explain. Ugh. Ow. But He's so excited to get out of jail. He's curled up on the couch with his head down the corner sleeping. Oh, crazy little pup. Of course, this means he's going to be up all night getting into trouble. Looking across at her, he frowned so deeply his eyebrows came together. You actually sound serious. I am. And she was no fool. She'd tell him about Amelia afterwards, when it was harder for him to run, when there was paperwork in place to hold them together until he got over what she'd done. You and I were meant to be together. You know it, I know it. We've been skirting around this relationship for a lifetime, maybe longer. You date waitresses and hairdressers and masseurs because they're not me. You hold every woman up to my standard and they all fail. You're obsessed with me just like I am with you. Let's stop the lie and do it right. Maybe if you led up to this in some way instead of just walking up to someone and going, marry me. Like, he shifted his eyes back out to the hood and ran his beautiful hands around that wood steering wheel. Let me ask you something. Anything. How many men have you said that to? He glanced back at her. Huh? How many, Jin? How many times have you used those lines? Wow, he really thinks she's the devil. It's the truth, she said in a voice that cracked. Did you try out the pleading tone with them too, Jin? Give them those eyes? Don't be cruel. After a long silence, he shook his head. Do you remember my 30th birthday party? The one we had out at the farm? That has nothing to do with... It was a good surprise. I had no idea that y'all were waiting for me. I walked into my house, surprise. All those people cheering. And I looked for you. She threw up her hands. That was 5 years ago, Samuel. It was... Actually, it's been the whole story of our relationship, Jin. I looked for you. I went through the crowd searching for... It didn't matter. They don't matter. You, because, like you said, I'm a sap, and you were the only person I truly wanted there. And I found you all right. Fucking that Argentinian polo player who was a guest of Edward's on my bed. Oh, okay, yeah. Samuel, on my bed, he thundered, slamming his fist into the dashboard. My fucking bed, Jin. Okay, yes, she is, the worst for that, but... I have a feeling they've both been the worst to each other for a long time. Fine, and what did you do? She jerked forward on her hips and jabbed a finger at him. What did you do then? You took my college roommate and her sister and had sex with them in the pool. Okay, see? Yeah, they're both guilty. He cursed out loud. What was I supposed to do? Let you walk all over me? I'm a man, not one of your pathetic little fuck buddies. I'm not going to... I'm sorry. Woman that you are not with is sleeping with somebody else. Granted, in your house, in your bed, and she is wrong for that. But your response to knowing that she's banging somebody else is to then go bang two people close to her because you're a man? I don't fucking think so. I think you don't know how being a man works, because that has nothing to do with any of it. I am half thinking about food at this point because I'm very, very hungry. I also really don't want to turn my stove on again, though, because it's too hot. I was with the polo player because the week before you went out of your way to sleep with Catherine. I've been friends with her since I was 2, Samuel. I had to sit through her going on and on about how you'd given her the orgasms of her life in the back of this very car, after you'd been with me the night before. So don't talk about how you were the one. Okay, yep, they're both first. Stop. Abruptly, he pushed his hand through his hair. Stop it. Stop all of it. We're not going to do this anymore, Jin. We're fighting over the same dynamic we've had since we were teenagers. We fight because we care and we're too proud to admit it. As he fell silent again, he had a burgeoning hope that he was she had a burgeoning hope that he was thinking things over. Ugh. Samuel, you're the only man I ever loved, and I'm the same for you. That's just the way it is. If we need to stop anything, it's the fighting and the hurting. We're both too proud and stubborn for our own good. There was a long silence. Why now, Jin? Because she's afraid they're broke and she wants to preserve her lifestyle and also save herself from marrying a total creep. It's just, it's time. All because you were strip searched at 10 a.m. this morning? Must you? Samuel T. shook his head. I don't know if you're serious or not, but that's not my problem. Allow me to be perfectly clear. Samuel, she broke in, I love you. And she meant it down to her soul. The terrifying conviction that things were going to go badly for her family had taken root and spread, bringing with it the kind of clarity she had never had before. Or maybe that was more, a courage she had been lacking. For all their years together, she'd never told him how she truly felt. It had been all about posturing and one-upping, well, and his daughter's birth. Not that he knew about that yet. I love you, she whispered. No. He dropped his head and squeezed the wheel as if looking for some kind of strength inside himself. No, you can't do this, Jin. Not with me. Don't try to take the pretend down this deep. It's not healthy for you. And I don't think I'll survive it, okay? I need to function. My family needs me. I won't let you fuck with my head this much. Samuel, no, he shouted. Then he looked over at her, and his pale eyes were cold and narrow, as if he were staring down an enemy. First of all, I don't believe you, okay? I think you're lying to manipulate me. And secondly, I will not ever allow a wife of mine to disrespect me the way you will your husband. You are constitutionally incapable of monogamy. And more to the point, you're too bored to value a sustainable relationship. You and I can have a roll or two from time to time, but I will never honor a whore like you with my last name. Wow, I want this guy dead so much right now. And we know she's going to end up with him, but this is like, he's coming across as such a toxic dude, bro, right now. Like, this is some unforgivable shit. You disparage waitresses, that's fine. But I would so much rather someone like that have my ring on her finger than a spoiled, disloyal brat like you. He started the engine. The sweet smell of oil and gasoline briefly flared on the hot breeze. I'll see you next time I have an itch I can't scratch myself. Until then, have fun with the rest of the population. Wow, he is just really mean to her. Chin had to put both hands over her mouth as he backed up and took off, the old-fashioned car disappearing along the long driveway down the hill. In his wake, tears fell from her eyes, melting her mascara off, and for once she didn't care. She had taken her one shot with him and failed. It was her worst nightmare come true. End of chapter. Oh, girly, like, did we have to make him a toxic dude, bro? Why? Why? Because that was some extremely toxic masculinity bullshit. Ugh. About I'm a man, so when I caught you with another man, even though I have no claim to you and you don't belong to me, I'm gonna go fuck your best friends as revenge. And the whole, I would never honor you with my last name? Okay, just saying you're such a prize, you fucking asshole. Ugh. I hate guys like that. I genuinely hate them. They are such an obnoxious waste of space. Like, these are the guys I hope don't have children because we don't need more of them. We don't need those attitudes being passed down to another generation. But I will take this opportunity to remind everyone that we have ducks. So if you'd like to help a girl out and help the channel out, we have our random bag of ducks. At the $10 tier, we have all of our very lovely painted ducks. Look how freaking awesome these are. Okay, I'm still in love with our black swan duck. Though the Julia Roberts polo match duck is like super cute. And come on, the polywag with the big eyes, that's adorable. And of course we have our usual handcuffs for 25 and Skittles. Okay, handcuffs. I keep saying I'm gonna decorate them, and then I never do. One day I just gotta like sit down and just like, I don't know, glitterize this or something. I don't know. It has to look more badass than it currently does. Yay. And of course, we have our Skittles drink mix, where orange is the only flavor we haven't tried yet. So I don't know what it tastes like or what kind of nuclear orange color it turns. I have a feeling it will be very bright. I just hope it doesn't taste like creamsicle. It can be like any other version of orange and I'll be okay, but if it's creamsicle, ew. Oh, we have something. Hold on. Aw, Sethel, you're adorable. And I love you so much. And we're having orange Skittles. Okay. And then I will figure out, because there's more than that here. Thank you so much. You are so incredibly generous. Like, I mean that. Like, so much. So we're doing orange Skittles first, and then we'll figure out, okay, hold on. I'm putting the book out of the way so I don't spill on it, because I have a feeling if I get orange, like, Skittles on this, it's never going to come out. I just have a feeling that these drink mixes could also be used to dye clothes, and it would work. So, yeah, let's just clear a little space. Hi, Ironton! You're just in time to see me chug Skittles drink mix because somebody sponsored it. And then other things that I haven't figured out yet. Though I'm thinking of doing a wave of ducks. I might do a 5 round of ducks. We could do ducks. We could do some of our painted ducks. Because I have more painted ducks to do, but I didn't want to do them because they kind of have overload on the duck board. But yeah, we could sponsor some painted ducks, and then we have more space for more ducks because I'm in the creative zone, and there's already paint all over my desk. So, all right, orange Skittles. Let's see what this tastes like. Finally. Oh wait, I have a spoon. I have a spoon. I know I do because I made sure. Ah, spoon. We're good. Okay, also noting these say tear on them. It says like tear here, but this is like a super heavy duty kind of plastic that doesn't tear, and it's not perforated at all. Like there's not a little like cut in the side to like start it so it'll tear, and it's not perforated. So I have no idea. Like literally, look at this. It doesn't tear. It doesn't tear because it's just thick plastic. Hence scissors. All right, here we go. Whoa, that smells like orange already. Oh my god. Okay, this smells like I'm in Florida. I can taste it. Oh my god, I can taste it from here. My mouth tastes like I just bit into an orange. This, actually, gotta say, genuine orange smell. It doesn't smell like sugary or fake. It smells like a real, actual orange. That is some deep color. Yeah, man, like half this powder is just fucking dye, I swear to God. Like, it has to be. But wow, this has the strongest smell out of all of them. Like, this 100%. I'm all the way back here and I can smell this, like, a lot. But yeah, this is some strong, yeah, wow. Doesn't want to stir in so much. But holy effing orange color. Okay, hold on, I'm just trying to squish the last bits of powder because I don't want to choke on them. Okay, but look at how fucking orange this is. Look at this stuff. Like, I feel like even orange juice isn't this orange. This is a lot. Wow, I gotta give him credit. It smells like a real orange. Like, in a way that most things do not. It's really good. Smell. Okay, I'm gonna taste it. Sugar and orange in equal measure. Definitely the strongest flavor. Because the other three all had like something, like usually sugar, and then the flavor. This is absolutely the most flavorful. This is packing the most punch for flavor, sure. Yeah, it's a really deep color, Deacon. The color is disturbing for what it is. It is disturbing. The fact that there's there's probably like a total like 1 or 2 teaspoons of powder in this, and they're getting this level of color is a little frightening. Oh. Oh. All right, let's see if I can get it down in one. I was trying so hard not to cough. Ugh. That was a lot. Oh, it's on my skin. Oh, okay. Napkin. Uh. Oh, now my skin's gonna be sticky. Ugh. But yeah, that tastes. It does not taste like creamsicle. So that's good. It does not taste like. It literally just tastes like you just bit into an orange and sucked on it. That's what it tastes like. Even, you know what? I can give the orange flavor this. It is the least sugar tasting out of all of them. By a lot. Because I really am not, I don't have that, like, my mouth is coated in sugar feel right now, which the other three all have. So maybe this has less sugar than the other ones. Like, if the others had this flavor profile but were just not orange, it was grape, and grape tasted like this, it'd be banging. But yeah, this is actually really good. Despite being orange flavored, it is, in fact, pretty damn good. Glass looks like there's blood in it. Ah! Ah! That was where all the rest of the powder was! Ah! I didn't stir it enough! Ah! Concentrated orange on my tongue! Ew! Ah! 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 I think I permanently dyed my tongue! Ah! Okay, note to self, stir all the way to the bottom! Oh! Ah! Oh yeah, that is concentrated! Look at this color! There's like one drop! Oh! Ah! How am I out of water? I filled that up like right before I started. Okay, at least I got it out and it doesn't taste like orange. Oh, yes, I have to. Okay, I am gonna go with 5 ducks. I know it's a lot of ducks, but we need to make space. So, what I'm gonna do, I think, is I'm gonna do 3 painted ducks and 2 random ducks because I don't want to leave out the random ducks. So I'm gonna draw 1 random duck now, and then we'll space the other 4 out throughout the evening. Okay, so yeah, we'll do one duck draw now, and then we have some time to think about a name for whatever random duck we are about to draw. Okay. Okay, eyes closed, not looking, hand in the bag. Here, yeah, we're going with this one. What did I grab? Oh, I grabbed astronaut duck. I know we have a John Glenn duck, but this is just general astronaut duck because he's in the full like spacesuit, and he looks really cool. Is it Puerto Rico has like an American flag but with one star instead of 50? Because I think it's a Puerto Rican astronaut duck. Oh, he's got like a little pack in the back. He's got like a jetpack in the back. That's so cute. Hi there, Zeus. I joined to say hi, and she's torturing a bag of ducks. I am not torturing the bag of ducks. Somebody sponsored a duck. I needed to draw one. So now we have our astronaut duck that needs a name. Sethiel gets first dibs on naming the duck, and we'll see. We'll see what comes of our Puerto Rican astronaut duck because he's got a Puerto Rico flag. Cool. All right. Ah! Why did nobody tell me? There is a duck avalanche behind me, and nobody said anything. What the hell? What happened? I know I did this somehow, but how did I do this? Oh, and one of them just fell, and now I can't reach it. Whoa! Okay, this stage is not working. I'm gonna have to fix this. Oh no, we've lost Wisp. Okay. Ah! Hey! Gretzky! Hey! Okay, can we stop with the... Stop it! Hey, I said stop! What the fuck is going on? Having an earthquake? Okay. Maybe I need to sticky tack some of the ducks. I don't know what in the name of all that is quackable is going on here. Don't fall. Where's Wisp? Okay, can I pick up the duck without ruining everything? Come here. Come here. Ow. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. Okay. Okay. Now nobody move. Everyone stay. Yes, all the ducks are trying to run away. Alright, we'll draw another duck soon. Everyone better be in their places when I turn around again. You know, it's because the puppy. They see him misbehaving and they think they can get away with it. Bo, I'm blaming you for things. Are you awake? He says no. Cosmopolitan or lunatic? Don't you have a cat named Lunatic? Cosmopolitan is pretty good, though. I also like Lunatic, though. And it's a kitty, so, you know, added benefit of being a kitty. Ugh. Oh, it's going to taste like orange when I burp for like the next 3 days. Chapter 23. Oh, Lisa. As soon as Lizzie heard the southern drawl percolate through the conservatory, she froze. which was awkward because she was breaking down the bouquet making tables and had one balanced on its side. Lisa. Looking over, she found Lane's wife standing in the conservatory door like she was posing for a camera, one hand on her hip, the other pushing her hair back. She was wearing pink silk Mary Tyler Moore pants from the Laura Petrie era and a low cut blouse that was sunset orange. Ew, you're wearing pink and orange on top of each other. Isn't she supposed to be fashionable? And Mary Tyler Moore has a clothing brand? Hi, we have a puppy. Hi. Hi, you're pawing at my leg. Do you want up? No, he wants me to lay down and rub his belly with him. Come on, you. Up, up. Up, up. Yes, come on. Up, up. Come on. Come on. All right. Brief puppy intermission. You heard me talking about you, didn't you? Did you tell all the ducks to fall off the stage? Did you do that so you could try and get one? Because I know you want to eat all the ducks. Everyone knows this. Yes, you always try to get the ducks. Did you tell them to jump off the stage? Huh? Did you do that? He's not sure if he's in trouble again. Thanks for dropping in there, Zeus. Hopefully I can have Puppy on your stream sometime soon. We got plenty of videos we can go over. Right, little thing? Right? Yeah. Yeah. Look at you. Look at you. Look at you and your belly. Yes, belly. Stop. See, he's immediately sniffing at the painted ducks, trying to see if he can grab one. You just got out of puppy jail. Can you behave for like one day? Laura Petrie was the wife of Rob Petrie on the Dick Van Dyke Show. I've heard of the Dick Van Dyke Show and the Mary Tyler Moore Show, and I think like Mary Tyler Moore and Dick Van Dyke were like they had like a show together or something. But no idea who Laura or Rob Petrie are. Trying to think. I know Dick Van Dyke from Diagnosis Murder and Mary Poppins. Like, I'm sure I've seen him in other things because, like, he was in, like, everything. Mary Tyler Moore played Laura Petrie. Okay. That makes sense. Did she launch the, like, I think Mary Tyler Moore is no longer with us, but did she, like, launch a clothing brand, like, that still exists, or? The shoes were pointed hard in front and had little tiny heels. Topping it off, the dramatic, filmy scarf in acid yellow and green that was wrapped around her shoulders and tied over her perfect breasts. Okay, this sounds like she is a walking fashion nightmare. All in all, the whole thing created an impression of fresh, lovely, and tempting, and made someone who was tired, anxious, and stressed feel deficient not just on a hair and wardrobe level, but down to molecular genetics. I would not be feeling like that about this woman. Dick Van Dyke was Rob Petrie. No, I think she meant in the style of. Oh. She had her own style of pants. Yes, Lizzie said as she went back to pounding on one of the legs to collapse it. Could you please stop that? Very loud. Girl, shit's gotta get done. My pleasure, Lizzie gritted out. For some reason, as that woman played with her Goldilocks, the flashing of the big diamond on her left hand was like somebody dropping the F bomb repeatedly. Chantal smiled. I need your help for a party. Can we just get through tomorrow first? My pleasure. It's a party for two. Oh, great. So she's going to make the competition like serve dinner for her and Lane. She's going to try to do some romantic thing because she's like defending her territory. It's like, girl, you're already gone. Chantal smiled as she loosened that scarf and came in further. Oh my, it's hot in here. Can you do anything about that? Okay, this is the kind of like rich, obnoxious people that you want to shoot. The plants do better in the warmth. Oh, she swept off her wrap and put it down beside some of the bouquets going to be placed in the public rooms of the house. Well, you were saying? That smile came back. It's Lane and Maya's anniversary soon, and I'd like to do something special. Lizzie swallowed hard. This lady also really doesn't take no for an answer, does she? Like, seriously. And wondered if this was some kind of sick game. Had the woman heard something through the doors upstairs? The walls? I thought you were married in July. How kind of you to remember. You're so thoughtful. Chantal tilted her head to the side and locked eyes as if they were having a moment. We were married in July, and I have some special news to share with him. I thought we could celebrate a little early. Well, she can't be saying she's knocked up because she hasn't been with him, so that would not help anything. What were you thinking? Lizzie didn't track much as all kinds of ideas were thrown out. The only thing that stuck was romantic and private, like Chantal was looking forward to giving her husband a lap dance. Lisa, are you writing this down? Well, no, because I don't have a pen and paper in my hand, do I? And P.S., I think I'm going to vomit. I'm happy to do whatever you want. You're so helpful. The woman nodded towards the garden and the tent outside. I know everything is going to be beautiful tomorrow. I feel like this derby party has been coming like tomorrow for like 5 days at this point. Thank you. And we can talk more later. But again, I'm thinking a romantic dinner in a suite downtown at the Cambridge Hotel. You can provide the flowers and special decorations. I want to drape everything in fabric so it's as if we're in an exotic place, just the two of us. Wouldn't a hotel room be like better suited for that? They have in-room dining. All right. Had Lane lied to her? And if he had, well, she could have Greta take care of everything at the Derby brunch while she stayed at her farm with a gallon of chocolate ice cream. Hey, I fully support chocolate ice cream. Except she and her partner weren't speaking. Fantastic. You're the best. Chantal checked her diamond watch. It's about time for you to go home, isn't it? Big day tomorrow. You're going to need your beauty rest. Bye for now. When Lizzie was alone again, she sat down on one of the overturned buckets and put her hands on her thighs, rubbing up and down. It's like a Dragon Ball Z fight sequence that goes on for weeks. I've heard that about that show. I have totally heard that. Yeah, I've heard that. And like other animes, they're not alone in that. Breathe, she told herself. Just breathe. Greta was right, she thought. She wasn't on the level of those people, and not just because she was a lowly gardener. They played a game she could only lose. Time to head out, she decided. Beauty sleep wasn't going to happen, but at least she could try and get her head on straight before the bomb went off in the morning. Getting up, she was about to leave when she saw that scarf. The last thing she wanted to do was deliver the piece of silk back to Chantal like she was a laborer returning a tennis ball to like she was a Labrador returning a tennis ball to its owner. But the thing was right next to all those bouquets, and knowing her luck, something would leak or drop on it, and she'd have to save up 3 months' paychecks to buy a new one. Okay, if bitch left it there and sap gets on it, I'm not paying for that. Chantal's wardrobe was more expensive than whole neighborhoods in Charlemont. Picking the thing up, she thought the woman couldn't have gone far in those stupid kitten-heeled shoes. It was not going to be difficult to track her down. I would so not be doing this. Jean was still standing underneath the magnolia tree where Samuel T. had left her when a vehicle came up the winding front drive. It wasn't until the SUV stopped in front of her that she realized it was from the Washington County Sheriff's Department. Good God, what was her father trying to get her arrested for now? Courtesy of this morning's awful field trip downtown, her first instinct was to run. But she was in high heels. If she really wanted to get away from the officer, she was going to have to bolt through a flower bed. Breaking her leg was not going to help her in jail. Deputy Mitchell Ramsey got out with a sheaf of papers in his hand. "Ma'am," he said, nodding at her. "How are you?" He didn't take out any handcuffs, didn't seem more than politely interested in her. "Are you here for me?" she blurted. "No." His dark eyes narrowed. "Are you okay?" "No, not at all, Deputy. Yes, thank you. If you'll excuse me, ma'am. So you've not come for me?" "No, ma'am." He walked up to the front door and started to ring the bell. "I have not." Maybe it had to do with Rosalinda. "Here," she said, going over to him. "Do come in. Are you looking for my brother?" "No." "Is Chantal Baldwin at home?" "Oh, it's the divorce papers," this fast. Can you really serve somebody divorce papers that quickly? Most likely. She opened the grand door and the deputy took his hat off again as he entered. "Let me find— Oh, Mr. Harris, will you please take this gentleman to my sister-in-law?" "My pleasure," the butler said with a bow. "This way, sir. I believe she's in the conservatory." "Ma'am," the deputy muttered to her before striding away after the Englishman. "Well, this should be interesting," came a dry voice from the parlor. She pivoted around. "Lane?" Her brother was standing in front of the painting of Elijah Bradford, and he lifted his squat glass. "Cheers to my divorce." "Really?" Chin walked in and got busy at the bar because she didn't want Lane to focus on her red-rimmed eyes and swollen face. "Well, at least I won't have to take Mother's jewelry off her neck anymore. Good riddance. And I'm surprised you don't want to enjoy the show." "I've got bigger problems." Jin took her bourbon and soda— Oh, that sounds terrible— over to the sofa and kicked her stilettos off. Tucking her legs under her seat, she stared up at her brother. "You look terrible," she said, as bad as she felt, actually. He sat down across from her. "This is going to be rough, Jin. The money thing. I think it's really serious." "Maybe we can sell stock. I mean, you can do that, right? I have no idea how all this works." For the first time in her life, she wished she did. "It's complicated because of the trust situation." "Well, we'll be all right." When her brother didn't say anything, she frowned. "Right, Lane?" "I don't know, Jin. I really don't know. We've always had money." "Yes, that has been true." "You make it sound like past tense. Don't kid yourself, Jin." Leaning her head back, she stared up at the high ceiling, imagining her mother laying in that bed of hers. Was that going to be her own future, too, she wondered. Was she someday going to retire and pull the curtains so she could live in a drugged haze? It certainly sounded appealing at the moment. God, had Samuel T. really turned her down? "Jin, have you been crying?" "Hi, puppy. You have had plenty of cuddles. See, now you're just being a little pest." "Yeah. Yes, I know." "Okay. In an hour and 45 minutes, I'm all yours, okay, puppy? Until then, hold your pillow down." Oh, I hope he's not telling me I forgot to feed him. I don't think I forgot to feed him. Usually if his bowl is empty, he pushes it with his nose so it scrapes on the floor and makes a noise to tell me that I forgot to feed him. Uh, no, she said smoothly. Just allergies, dear brother. Just spring allergies. Oh, end of chapter, apparently. Okay, so we'll use that as an opportunity to grab another duck. And do one more random duck, and then we'll pick painted ones. So let's see what we get out of the bag. Okay, eyes closed, hand in the bag. Making sure everybody gets in the pile. Oh, I heard something squeak. We're going with this one. What do we get? Wait, why do we have another baseball duck? How did I do this? Okay, apparently we have another baseball duck. Night, Deacon. We'll miss you. Love, Butters. Uh, let's go with this. Let's go with this one as batter duck because it's got a bat and the other one has a ball. I don't know how I didn't see that, but oh well. So we need another name for a duck that's up to bat because he's got a little baseball bat, which is actually pretty cool. I like that he's got a baseball bat. So now we've got two ducks from opposing teams. We can have playoffs. Okay, so that one's got a catcher's mitt, so that's catcher duck, and this is batter duck. There we go. Problem solved. What are we going to name it? I don't really know that many baseball names. It's not. We have like one professional baseball team here, It's not exactly a big deal. The fact that we won the soccer game the other night is still like. That's going to be the only time in my life that we actually won a game at the World Series. 6-0 though. Gotta respect that. That is very cool. I don't remember who we beat. I have no idea what this does to our standing in the World Series. But it's just so rare that we even know that we're in the World Series because it's usually like the World Series started. Canada's out of the World Series. There's a reason for that. But we got batter duck. Oh, stay. No. We're not doing the falling thing. We're not doing that. Nobody's falling. Okay, you're going to partially rest on Abraham's hat for just a minute. Next week, I'm putting sticky tack under all the ducks. Well, just these ones. Just the ones that aren't behaving. Oh, did I smear lipstick all over my face? I did. Look what you made me do. All right, we are up to chapter 24. Lizzie hustled out of the conservatory with Chantal's fragrant wrap, all the perfume on the floaty fabric thick in her nose, making her want to sneeze. Funny, she could be surrounded by thousands of real blooms, but this fancy, falsely curated stuff was enough to send her over the claret edge. Excuse me. Off in the distance, she heard Chantal's unmistakable Virginian drawl and headed in the direction of the dining room, too. What is this? Chantal demanded. Lizzie stopped short and leaned around the heavy molding of the archway. At the head of the long glossy table, Chantal was standing next to a uniformed sheriff's deputy who had apparently just given her a thick envelope. You've been served, ma'am, the deputy nodded. Have a good day. What do you mean served? What does that... No, you're not leaving until I open this. Oh, if I'm that guy, I'm running out of there. She ripped the envelope apart. You can stay right there while I... The papers came out in a bundle that had been folded 3 times, and as the woman unfurled them, Lizzie's heart pounded. Divorce, Chantal said. Divorce? Well, it's not like you didn't know. You were informed that this was coming, girl. Pay attention. Lizzie rolled out of sight and went flush against the wall. Closing her eyes, she hated how relieved she felt. She really did. But it wasn't like she could pretend that not being a fool for a second time wasn't a good thing. This is a divorce petition. Chantal's voice grew sharp. Why are you doing this? Ma'am, my job is to serve the papers. Now that you've accepted them, I do not accept them. There was a fluttering sound as if she might have actually thrown them at the man. You take them back. Ma'am, the deputy barked. I'm going to advise you to pick those papers off the floor. for, but don't, but any more of that, and I'll drag you down to the courthouse strapped to the hood of my patrol vehicle just for getting aggressive with an officer of the peace. Are we clear, ma'am? Yeah, there's no way he's threatening a member of the family that funds this entire town. Cue the waterworks. Between sniffles and what had to be a heaving bosom, Chantal backpedaled a dead run. My husband loves me. He doesn't mean this. Ma'am, that's none of my business and none of my concern. Good day. Heavy footsteps sounded out and drifted away. God damn it, Lane, the woman hissed with perfect diction. Guess the acting happened only when there was an audience. Without warning, the clip, clip, clip of those kitten heels across the floor headed in Lizzie's direction. Crap. There was no time to get out of the. Chantal rounded the corner and jumped back when she saw Lizzie. Even though the woman had turned on the waterworks for that deputy, her eyes were clear and free of tears, her makeup not marred in the slightest. Instant rage. What are you doing? Chantal hollered, her body quivering. Eavesdropping. Lizzie held out the scarf. I was bringing this to you. Chantal snatched the wrap. Get out of here. Get out, get out. You didn't have to ask twice, Lizzie thought as she wheeled away and gunned for the great outdoors. As she cut through the tent and weaved around the table and the chairs, she took out her phone and texted Lane a cheerful, no big deal, I'm heading home after a long day message. Okay. That was a hyphen string, so we got one of those. Okay, pen, you're supposed to work. Uh, God knew that man was going to have a lot on his hands as soon as Chantal found him. The good news, at least for Lizzie, no anniversary party to plan. And Lane had been true to his word. It was hard to stop a small smile from surfacing on her face, and when it refused to go away, she let the thing stay where it was. Oh, I'm so not if I'm her, I'm like, girl, like, okay, so he's actually getting divorced. That doesn't mean you and him are a thing. You haven't talked about anything, like, at all. And what, he's just gonna divorce her and insta marry you? Like, you gotta talk about these things. But since when does anybody in these books ever talk? Hey. Lane's phone let out an electronic bing just as Chantal marched by the parlor, screaming his name as she headed for the grand staircase. He did nothing to tip off his whereabouts, just let her go upstairs to cause whatever scene was going to roll out in front of the closed door of his empty bedroom. Funny, just a few hours before, the fact that she was on the warpath would have been an issue he'd have dealt with. Now it was down oh so low on his list of priorities. I need to go see Edward, Lane said without bothering to check who had texted him. Jin shook her head. I wouldn't. He's not well, and the news he will share can only make things worse. She has a point. Edward hated their father already. The idea the man had stolen funds? Chin got to her feet and went over to the bar for a refresh. Is tomorrow still going forward? The brunch? He shrugged. I don't know how to stop it. Besides, it's mostly been paid for already. The food, the liquor, the rentals. He was ashamed of the other reason to keep the event on track. The idea that the world would know even a hint of the problems of his family was potentially facing was unacceptable to him. Yeah, you're not going to be able to hide it forever. The sound of someone coming down the carpeted stairs in an absolute tear made his sister cock an eyebrow. Looks like you're about to have a marital moment. Only if she finds me. Chantal appeared in the parlor's doorway, her normally pale and placid face ruddy as a tar layers at a barbecue. That's gotta be a southern thing. I have no idea what that says. Hi. What are we doing? Go on your pillow. Yes, I'm aware that you're there and you're a doggy. Okay? And we'll pet you soon. Okay? You will get all the cuddles and the love in the belly. He always does this after he's been in trouble. He's got to be the suckiest baby in the world to make sure I'm not going to like throw him out. Hi. Do we want to come up again? No, rub my belly. Rub my belly. This is how I know the world is okay. If you rub my belly, then I'm no longer in trouble. Mm-hmm. Right? Is that how that works? Okay. There. Stop being a little pest, okay? I love you too. Stop being a little pest. How dare you? His wife demanded. Guess you're packing your bags, darling, Jin said with a Christmas morning smile. Shall I call for the butler? I think we can grant you that last courtesy. Consider it your going away gift. I am not leaving this house. Chantal ignored Jin. Do you understand me, Lane? He circled the ice in his glass with his forefinger. Jin, will you give us a little privacy? Yeah, like that's gonna happen. Do you want up? Come on. Up, up. Come on, you can do it. Up. All right, one more cuddle. Oh, yes, and just immediately go into laying down in my arms so that I can't move you because you've forgotten that you have legs. Yes, you've forgotten how to walk. You just need to be held and carried. You're fat. I definitely fed him. Yeah, you've definitely had your dinner because you are a chubby puppy right now. You're heavy. Yes, can always tell when you just ate. Okay, puppy, I gotta try to read the thing. So, your butt goes here. Okay? Okay, okay puppy? Mwah. Can't kiss you when I have lipstick on. It stains your fur. Uh, with an obliging nod, his sister headed for the archway. As she went by Chantal, she paused and glanced back at him. Make sure the butler checks her suitcases for jewelry. You're such a bitch, Chantal hissed. Yes, I am. Jin shrugged as if the woman was barely worth the breath to speak to. And I also have a right to the Bradford name and legacy. You do not. Bye now. As Jin threw out a toodaloo wave, Lane stepped up and moved his body between the two of them so they could avoid an Alexis Crystal Lily Pond moment. Uh, not sure what that is, but it sounds like he's made girls fight over him before. Then he went over and slid the panels shut, even though he didn't want to be alone with his wife. I'm not leaving. Chantal wheeled around on him. And this is not happening. As she tossed the divorce petition on the floor at his feet, all he could think of was that he didn't have time for this. Listen, Chantal, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. It's your choice. But know if you choose the latter, I will go after not only you, but your family. How do you suppose parents would feel if they received a copy of your medical records on their front doorstep? I don't think they're pro choice, are they? You can't do that. Don't be stupid, Chantal. There are all kinds of people I can call on. People who owe my family debts that they're eager to pay off. He walked back to the bar bleh, and poured more family reserve into his glass. So everybody's just getting drunk all day. And how about this one? How about those medical records fall into the hands of the press, or maybe an online site? People would understand why I'm divorcing you, and you'd have a hell of a time finding another husband. Like up north, we Southern men have standards for our wives, and they do not include abortion. Well, that's a whole other disgusting ball of wax. Okay, puppy, I'm sorry, but this really isn't working. So I know that you want to be very cuddly, and you're pretending you've forgotten how to move. You're going back to your pillow. Come on. Come here. You're fine. Okay, I'm not going to get rid of you. You're not in trouble. You're a good baby. Okay? Him. He can chew on something for hours. Can't you? Yes, you can. You like a good chew. He also likes just big, wide open spaces where he can run and run and run and run and run and run and run. He's very fast if you give him some room. There was a long stretch of silence, and then the smile that came back at him was inexplicable. So confident and calm, he wondered if she'd gone daft in the last 2 years. You have more to keep quiet than I do, she said softly. Do I? He took a deep draw from the edge of the glass. How do you figure that? All I did was the right thing by a woman I supposedly got pregnant. Who knows if it was mine anyway? She pointed to the paperwork. You're going to make that go away. You're going to allow me to stay here for however long I want, and you're going to escort me to the Derby festivities tomorrow. In what parallel universe? Her hand went to her lower belly. I'm pregnant. Okay, we said that she wouldn't do this because it's obviously not his, but it's the father's, isn't it? She's the peach lingerie person. Elaine barked out a laugh. You tried that once before, sweetheart, and we all know how it ended. Your sister was wrong. About you stealing jewelry? Maybe, we'll see about that. No, about the fact that I don't have every right to be here, and so does my child. As a matter of fact, my child has as much right to the Bradford legacy as you and Jin do. Yep, it's the father. It's the father. See, I called that like so early on that she was having an affair with the father. Lane opened his mouth to say something and then slowly closed it. What are you talking about? I'm afraid your father is no better a husband than you are. The tinkling rose up from his glass, and he looked down, noting from a vast distance that his hand was shaking and causing the ice to agitate. That's right, Chantal said in a slow, even voice. And I think we're all aware of the delicate condition of your mother. How would she feel if she knew that her husband had not only been unfaithful, but that a child was going to be born? Do you think she'd take more of those pills she's already so reliant on? She probably would. Yes, I'm sure she would. Yeah, like seriously, this is more reason. So what? She's thinking she's gonna like, I don't know, like be allowed to stay there because and like raise the child in that house and like get child support payments or what? Like you don't have to be in that house for that to happen. And I'm sure she's going to love being told, "Oh, by the way, the guy who knocked you up stole the family fortune and now they're potentially broke." Yeah, I'm sure she's going to love hearing that. Like, oh my god. But yeah, like that's like proof of cheating. It's like incestuous. It's creepy. Like, you bitch, he breathed. Yeah, I'll take it. I would have used stronger language. In his mind, he saw himself locking his hands around the woman's throat and squeezing so hard as she started to struggle as her face turned purple and her mouth gaped. On the other hand, Chantal murmured, wouldn't your mother enjoy knowing she was going to be a grandmother for a second time? Wouldn't that be cause for celebration? No one would believe it's mine, he heard himself say. Oh, but they will. He's going to look just like you. And I've been going up to Manhattan on a regular basis to work on our relationship. Everyone here knows it. You lie. I've never seen you. New York is a big place, and I've made sure that all are aware in this family. And I've made sure that all are aware in this family are aware that I've seen you and enjoyed your company. Okay, that's like 2 sentences you tried to mash together and forgot to edit. I've also talked about it to the girls at the clubs, their husbands at parties, and my family. Everyone's been so supportive of you and me. Okay, so she's like next level devious, which I kind of respect. Respect the game. He was, as he remained silent, she smiled sweetly. So you can see how those divorce papers aren't going to be required, and how you aren't going to say a thing about what happened between us with our first baby. If you do, I'm going to blow the lid wide open on your family and embarrass you in front of this community, your city, your state. Then we'll see how long it takes you to have to put on your funeral suit. Your mother's out of it. So she's literally saying, like, I will drive your mother to suicide if you don't do what I want. Your mother's out of it, but she's not totally isolated. The nurse reads her the paper every morning right beside her bed. With a self-satisfied expression, Chantal turned away and shoved the panels open, clipping her way out onto the marble foyer, once again the lady of leisure with the Mona Lisa smile. Lane's entire body shook, his muscles screaming for action, for vengeance, for blood. But the rage was not aimed at his wife any longer. It was all directed towards his father. So are we just saying the father is just like gone? He's just run away and is unreachable? Like, are we just letting that go? Nobody's even going to try? Cuckold, he believed, was the old-fashioned word that was used to describe this kind of thing, and an entire category of porn. He had been cuckolded by his own goddamn father. When in the hell was this day going to be over, he thought. End of chapter. So we'll take a stretch break. Oh. Ugh, sniffy. Okay, freaking side cramp. You can go away any minute. Ugh. I hate when you get cramps that are like, they're not painful, but they're just annoying, and then they don't want to stop. It's like, either get painful enough to, like, increase to a level where I have to pay attention to you or go away, but just being annoying is don't. Chapter 25. Lizzie told herself she was not checking her phone. Not when she took the thing out of her purse and transferred it into her back pocket as soon as she walked through the front door of her farmhouse. Excuse me. Not as a mere 15 minutes later she made sure that the ringer was on, and not even 10 minutes after that, she unlocked the screen and made sure she hadn't missed any calls or texts. Okay, don't do that. Don't be this girl. Nothing. Lane hadn't pinged her to make sure she'd gotten home, hadn't responded to her text. But come on, like he didn't have a wet cat on his hands. Cheese. And yet she was antsy as she paced around. Her kitchen was spotless, which was a shame because she could have used something to clean up. The same was true with her bedroom upstairs. Heck, even her bed was made, and she'd done laundry the night before. The only thing that she found out of place was the towel she'd used that morning to dry off with after her shower. She'd hung it loosely on the shower curtain, and since it was still inside, the 2-day rule for going into the hamper, all she could do was fold the thing the long way and thread it back through the rod that was on the wall. Thanks to a mostly cloudless day, her house was warm on the second floor, and she went around and opened all the windows. A breeze that smelled like a meadow around the property blew in and cleaned out the stuffiness. Would that it could pull the same trick with her head. Images from the day bombarded her. Her and Lane laughing when she'd just come into work. Her and Lane staring at the laptop. The two of them. All up in her head. Lizzie returned to the kitchen and opened the door to the refrigerator. Nothing much there. Certainly nothing she had any interest in eating. As the urge to check her phone hit again, she told herself to cut it out. Chantal could be a problem on a good day. Slapped with divorce papers, with the scene witnessed by one of the help. The sound of footsteps out on the front porch brought her head up. Frowning, she shut the fridge and walked ahead to her living room. She didn't bother to check to see who it was. There were two choices. Her next-door neighbor on the left, who lived 5 miles down the road, and had cows who frequently broke through his fence and wandered into Lizzie's fields, or the next-door neighbor to the right, who was a mere mile and a quarter away, and whose dog frequently wandered over to check out the free-range cows. Yeah. Cows and dogs probably have, like, a respectful standoff with each other. Because I gotta think dogs wouldn't really have a lot of interest in cows, and they might be a little afraid of them because of the size of cows. She started her greeting as she opened things up. Hi there. It was not one of her neighbors with apologies for bovines or canines. Lane was standing on her porch. Yeah, like who else was it gonna be? and his hair looked worse than it had in the morning, the dark waves sticking straight up on his head like he'd been trying to pull the stuff out. He was too tired to smile. I thought I'd see if you made it home all right firsthand. Oh, God, come here. They met in the middle, body to body, and she held him hard. He smelled like fresh air, and over his shoulder she saw his Porsche had its top down. Oh, yet car name dropped, and fancy car. Are you all right? She said. Better now. By the way, I'm kind of drunk. When is he not? I think he's been drunk for the entire book so far. And you drove here. That's stupid and dangerous. Hey, finally somebody in a book says don't drink and drive. After at least 3 characters have been drinking and driving. I know. That's why I'm confessing. She stepped back to let him come in. I was about to eat. You have enough for 2? Especially if it will sober you up. She shook her head. No more drinking and driving. You think you have problems now, try adding a DUI to your list. You're right. He looked around and then went over to her piano and rested his hands on the smooth keyguard. God, nothing's changed. She cleared her throat. Well, I've been busy at work. That's a good thing. A great thing. The nostalgia on his face as he continued to stare at her antique tools and her hanging quilt and her simple sofa was better than any words he could have spoken. Food? She prompted. Yes, please. Down in the kitchen he went right over and sat at her little table, and abruptly it was as if he had never been gone. Be careful with that, she told herself. So how would you like she rifled through the contents of her cupboards and her fridge. Well, how'd you like some lasagna that I froze about 6 months ago with a side order of nacho chips from a bag I opened last night, capped off with some old Grater's peppermint stick ice cream? Don't know that one. I'm all for peppermint ice cream, though. Clayton's eyes focused on her and darkened. Yeah, he's here for one reason, girl. He ain't here for food. Okay. Clearly, he was planning on having something else for dessert. And as her body warmed from the inside out, that was more than all right with her. Yeah, he's here for one thing. Like we don't know. Shoot. She so wasn't listening to common sense here. Getting rid of his wife was only the tip of the iceberg for them, and she needed to keep that in mind. Also, he serving her with divorce papers is like the first step in a long process, especially if people want to fight over a divorce. It can go on for years. I watched my aunt get divorced when I was little. It took like 3 years, and that was just the divorce. And then the custody shit dragged on longer than that. Like, they hated each other. They had like, I think most of the arguing, like, I think the divorce was not too bad. That was like, she wanted a divorce, he didn't. But the custody stuff just dragged the fuck on for so long. They were both awful to each other. I think that sounds like the best meal in the world. Lizzie crossed her arms and leaned back against the refrigerator. I be honest. Always. I know that Chantal got served with divorce papers. It was something I walked in on. I didn't mean to see the deputy do the deed. I told you that I was ending things. She rubbed her forehead. About 2 minutes before that, she came to me to plan an anniversary dinner for the pair of you. There was a quiet curse. I'm sorry, but I'm telling you right now there's no future in the cards for her and me. Lizzie stared at him long and hard, and in response he didn't move. He didn't blink. He didn't say another word. He just sat there and let his actions speak for him. Damn it, she thought. She really, really didn't need to fall for him again. Note the part where he's not telling her that his wife is pregnant. Or that is going to massively complicate things. Grater's is really good. Expensive but good. So you know the brand? I've never heard of it. I thought it sounded like a discount for, but given where we are, I'm not surprised that there's fancy ice cream. Is it like here expensive ice cream would be Stony Creek Creamery It's not, I don't think, is it in stores? It might be. I don't know, but it's a local place. It's all like handmade, hand churned, like they churn the cream themselves and then make the ice cream themselves. It's really good. It's really expensive, but it's really, really good. Yeah, it's in the expensive part of town. But I need the ladies' room because I chugged a lot of orange drinks, so I will be right back. Pet your fur babies while I'm gone. It's in Cincinnati and the surrounding area. Oh, so it's like a local brand. Okay. I'm all for good ice cream though. The other day I was thinking about getting ice cream and I didn't, and I should have because now I regret not having ice cream. But I will be right back. We talking about Emily D. Baker? Is that the EDB in the chat? The ducks are watching an OnlyFans. Oh, so they'll you get big points for that one. That's a good one. I don't think Emily Baker has an OnlyFans. Though I was watching the couple days during the Johnny Depp trial when her channel blew up. Yeah, that put her into official status. Oh, come on, phone. I hate when it's stuck on a thing and it won't flip around. Also, did I let my phone get to 30% and forgot to charge it for the last 2.5 days. Which I really shouldn't do because it's threatening to die on me anyway. I keep forgetting. God damn it. I keep in my head, like, I need to get a new phone because the battery is dying and it can't be replaced. But, it still works for now. So in my head, it's not like urgent enough because I need to be like looking at cell phone models that I find acceptable and then finding a good price for one. Because I never want like this year's phone because I don't trust any electronics until they've been market tested for at least a year. Probably 18 months, so I need at least last year's. Now, this point in the year, I'll probably make it like a 2024 model phone. And it has to be Android, preferably LG. And, if it was one of those folding ones with 2 screens, that'd be great. But I've looked at the prices on those, and hell no. I've seen them up like $6,000 for those fucking phones, and I'm like, are you insane? So I don't know if there's a model that meets all of my criteria. Probably the folding thing is out. That's a ridiculous, wish on a star thing. But 2024 Android LG model has to have decent amount of storage and be fast and work. Other than that, it just has to work. I don't need my phone to be fancy and have all the bells and whistles. It just has to work. Karen Reed trial during the camera, which ceiling fan lovingly referred to as the only fan. Oh, okay. This makes sense now. I didn't watch the Karen Reed trial. I should have live streamed it. But my mistake. Next time there's a big trial, I will do my best to live stream it to try and grow at least one of my channels. I do want to cover the Elijah McClain trial, the retrial coming up, and I was so mad when I heard that they got that dismissed and now there's going to be a retrial. Like, motherfucker. That is one of those cases that hit me hard and it stuck with me, the way like random things in the news sometimes will. Elijah McClain's the one I'm going to remember like my whole life. Because it was just the most tragic, senseless, needless thing in the entire world. And I all passed laws about replaceable batteries. I thought we did too. This phone is old though. I bought it probably 8 or 9 years ago. Because I don't believe in replacing your phone every year, so I use it until I can't. I've only owned 4 cell phones my whole life since I'm 19 and I'm 39. And I've always gotten them for free. Because you'd always sign like a 1-year contract with someone and get a phone for free. But I don't have that option this time because of how my cell phone works, so I need to actually buy one for once, and I've never done that. So I know what I want, I just don't know where to get it. It's funny how during every break they pointed and zoomed in on the ceiling. Yeah. But yeah, we probably do have laws about replaceable batteries. My phone just may be older than that. At least I hope we do. I wish they would pass laws saying Joy-Cons, Nintendo Joy-Cons, even the cheap ones, must last longer than 3 months before they start having Joy-Con drift. Though I heard they just got nailed in a lawsuit about that. I forget from where, but I saw a notice on my phone. I think it's only in the US, which sucks. But I got one of those, like, if you've been, like, had this problem in the last 2 years, file on this class action lawsuit that just won a bunch of money. You might be entitled to money. File on this thing. And it was for Nintendo Joy-Cons, but I think it's limited to the States. Otherwise, I would actually like, I would totally like write into them and be like, hey, I literally have receipts for the Joy-Cons that I have bought since the Switch came out, and because they're garbage, and Nintendo knows that they're garbage, and they intentionally make them. This is why they won the lawsuit, because Nintendo intentionally makes the Joy-Cons cheap pieces of crap that will break. Because for those who don't know, the actual official Nintendo Joy-Cons to go on the Switch, they cost $100 to replace. You can get knockoff ones for 30 that are exactly the same and just as good, but yeah, they cost $100, and and so Nintendo keeps them like deliberately having problems, and so they will break. So you have to buy new ones, and that's like fucking sleazy as hell. As night settled over the stables, Edward found himself falling into his normal evening routine. Glass of ice? Check. Booze? Check. Gin tonight. Chair? Check. Except when he sat down and faced all those necessaries, he drummed his fingers on the armrest instead of putting them to use to crack the seal on the bottle. Come on, he said to himself. Get with the program. Oh, yeah, because it's going to be the girl that doesn't like him drinking and he's infatuated with her and ugh. Alas, no. For some reason, the door out of the cottage was talking to him more than the beefeater when it came to things he needed to open. The day had been a long one, what with the trip to Steeple Hill Downs to check on his 2 horses and make the call with his vet and his trainer that bouncin' baby boy had to be scratched because of a tendon problem. Then he'd been back here getting an assessment on the 5 of his broodmares and their pregnancies, and reviewing the books and accounts with Mo. At least there had been good news on that front. For the second month in a row, the operation was not just self-sustaining, but pulling a profit. If this kept up, he was going to end those transfers from his mother's trust, the one that had been providing a regular injection of cash into the business since back into the 80s. He wanted to be totally independent of his family. Considering how in the US Apple is making to the point that any repair to the phone damages it to the point of breaking it, yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I've heard about some of the right to repair stuff, and they've lost like every round of that. But yeah, there's a lot of reasons that I don't buy Apple products, and that's one of them. This is why I will never ever that's one of many reasons I will never have an Apple phone. I don't want an iPhone. I wouldn't if you offered me like this year's model iPhone, like the really expensive like Pro one for free, I wouldn't take it. In fact, one of the first things he'd done when he'd gotten out of the rehab hospital was to refuse his trust distributions. He didn't want to have anything to do with funds even remotely associated with the Bradford Bourbon Company, and the stock position of his first and second tier trusts was straight up BBC. In fact, he hadn't found out about the transfers from his mother to the Red and Black until about 6 months in, and at that time he'd been barely waking up to life at the stables. If he had if he'd stopped them at that point, the operation would have gone under. It had been a long time since someone with any kind of business acumen had been at the horse enterprise, and whatever his weaknesses were now, his knack for making money had remained unscathed. One more month, then he'd be free. Okay, so that's about to blow up. But also, like, the horses are, like, profitable. Like, could that not salvage things? Or, he's got people wanting to buy them for, like, huge sums of money. God, he was more exhausted than usual, more achy too. Or maybe the two were inextricably intertwined. And yet he still couldn't pick up the bottle. Instead, he got to his feet with his cane and gimped his way to the drapes, which had been closed since the day he'd moved in. It was pitch black outside now, only the big sodium lights at the heads of the barns throwing a peach glow against the darkness. Cursing under his breath, he went to the front door and opened it, paused for a moment, limped out into the night. Edward crossed the grass on a ragged gait and told himself he was going to look in on that mare who was having problems. Yes, that's what he was doing. Okay, so he's going to wind up with her, of course. But if she just lets him in and they wind up hooking up, I officially have no hope for anyone in these. Everyone is officially the worst. Android isn't much better since Google bought it. You're absolutely right about that. They're turning Android into pocket-shaped spyware. Yeah, I'm so like fed up with Google and all their bullshit because there's been so much of it lately. And like even on my own computer, certain programs, Google programs that I use that I know are spying on my personal computer and my personal stuff because it'll say things that I wrote back to me or it'll mention something that I like searched earlier the day. And I would like to point out Steeple Hill Downs does not exist. I don't know if this is just for the book or what, but since they are using other real places, it's annoying. Yeah, I thought so too. Because we have, like, there is a horse race track not far from me that's called Churchill. I want to say it's Churchill Downs. I've never been there because I wasn't old enough. And then when I was, it just didn't happen. But yeah, Steeple Hill Downs. Yeah, I haven't heard of that. I don't know. Maybe they couldn't use the name of like a real Kentucky Derby racing track. Maybe it's, I don't know. Because in a book, usually copyright doesn't apply, so it wouldn't matter. So yeah, I don't know why you would use other real places, but then make up a racetrack, especially when you're talking about a race that does actually exist. The Kentucky Derby is real. So I'm sure you can Google where it actually happens and what it's called. He was not checking in with Shelby Landis. Nope, he was not. For example, concerned that he hadn't seen her leave the farm all day, and that meant she was probably had no food in that apartment of hers. He was also not, say, making certain she had hot running water because after the 12 hours she'd put in hauling wheelbarrows, sacks of grain were the size of her truck, and itchy hay bales, she probably was going to be sore and in need of a good shower. He was absolutely, positively, damn it. Without even being aware of it, he'd gone to the side door to Barn B, the one that opened up into the office, as well as the set of stairs that would take him to her place. Yeah, because just showing up on the doorstep of one of your employees in the middle of the night, that's just not creepy at all. Well, considering he was already here, he might as well see how she was doing. Out of loyalty to her father, of course. He did not run a hand through his hair before he turned the knob. All right, maybe just a little, but only because he needed a haircut and the stuff was in his eyes. Motion-activated lights came on as he stepped into the office area, and all those steps to the old hayloft area loomed over his head like a mountain he was going to have to struggle to climb. And what do you know, his pessimism was well-founded. He had to take a breather halfway up, and another as soon as he reached the top, which was how he heard the laughter. A man's, a woman's, coming from Moe's apartment. Frowning, Edward glanced towards Shelby's door. Shuffling over, he put his ear to the panels. Nothing. When he did the same to Moe's, he could hear them both, the strong southern drawls going back and forth like the fiddle and the banjo of a bluegrass band. Edward closed his eyes for a moment and sagged against the closed door. Then he picked himself up and caned his way down those stairs, out onto that grass and back to his cottage. This time he had no problem opening his booze or pouring it into his glass. It was during his second serving that he realized it was Friday. Friday night. Wasn't that a lucky draw? He had a date, too. Oh, so he has prearranged hookers. I guess they always come, end of chapter. I guess the hookers just always come on Friday. I think we knew that. We knew he had hookers, but I didn't remember the Friday part. So, since it is now a little past 11, we're going to pick our first painted duck. I'm now secretly hoping that the whole top row will be all painted ducks because that will look cool. I'm gonna have to figure out something is like the angle of the step is doing this and it shouldn't be, but that's why everything's falling. So you have to do some repairing on the stage, and I really got to get started on another one and a better way to display the ducks because of the camera angle. But we'll figure that out. I'm very ingenuitive like that. I'll get something. Now, who is going to be our first painted duck? All right, I've got it narrowed down to, I think, either Pollywag Duck or Julia Roberts Duck should be first. I think we should go for those two. Okay, so since they're in the middle, let's do like this. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by the toe. If he hollers, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Oh, that was supposed to be up. Sorry, that was supposed to be up higher. But we have settled on Pollywag Duck. It now needs a name. Oh, and we need a name for our baseball duck, too. Hold on, I better write these down before I forget everything, because I almost forgot when we have 5 ducks before, and then I was like, oh, I don't know what order they're in, damn it. Okay, so, we have astronaut duck, which I totally cannot spell. And what did we call him? Cosmo something? Cos what? Cosmopolitan, because I can spell that. No, I can't, but that's okay. Okay, then we have batter duck, who still needs a name. And now we have Pollywag Duck, who needs a name. Okay, now I won't forget. I almost spelled that right. Thank you for typing that, Cerebellum, because, yeah. Oh, no, I didn't even, nope, I didn't get that right. Hold on. Okay, now I have it right. I was only off by like 3 letters. That's not that bad. But yes, what are we going to call our adorable Pollywag Duck? Because in true Pokemon fashion, you can name them. God, I used to have naming themes on my Pokemon. I do like an entire run of like whatever game I was playing, like especially Soul Silver and Heart Gold. I don't know why. Soul Silver, Heart Gold, Black 1 and Black and White 1 and Black and White 2 are the best of them. But for some reason, those ones, like, I don't know, they just had I was always more likely to name things in those because they were just so charming, and it seemed like you should be naming your Pokemon. Ugh. I was so hoping they were going to announce those were finally being ported to the Switch as remakes, remasters, like they've been doing. But no, they fucking punted it, and it's like, here's red and green, and we're even making them affordable. It's like, nobody cares about fucking red and green. We wanted black and white that you were teasing for 2 years, and now you didn't do. But Nintendo's a bastard like that. Churchill Downs is the place they're talking about, but it has the nickname the Twin Spires due to the 2 steeple structures it's known for. They don't confuse it for the Twin Spires, the online race betting company that runs out of Churchill Downs. Okay. So why wouldn't it say it's being held? Why wouldn't the book just say it's being held at Churchill Downs? Like, this doesn't, like, again, there's no copyright in a book. Like, if you're anticipating making a movie, I could see making the decision to call it something else because you know you can't say the real thing in the movie unless you get them as like a sponsor or something, or like, work out a marketing thing with them or something. But in a book, you can call it whatever you want. Like this is why E.L. James gets to name drop so many celebrities and DJs and whatever in her books because she can. Can't use their music in a movie without permission, but in a book you can say anything you want. All right. Chapter 26. Sutton Smythe looked over the crowd that had filled the Charlemont Museum of Art's main gallery space to capacity. So many faces she recognized, both those she knew personally and those she had seen on newscasts, on television, on the big screen. Many people waved at her as they caught her eye. She was cordial enough, lifting her palm in return. She hoped that none of them came up to her. She wasn't interested in connecting over a kiss on the cheek, and an inquiry about whether their spouse or an introduction to their escort of the night. She didn't want to be thanked yet again for her generous donation last month of $10 million to kickstart the capital campaign for the museum's expansion. She also didn't want to have to acknowledge her father's permanent loan of that Rembrandt or the Fabergé egg that had been gifted outright in honor of her dearly departed mother. Sutton wanted to be left alone to search the crowd for that one face she was looking for. The one face she wanted, needed to see. But Edward Baldwin was once again not coming. Okay, so she's hung up on him. And she knew this not because she'd been standing here in the shadows for the past hour and a half as the guests arrived to the party she was throwing on behalf of her family, but because she'd insisted on seeing a copy of the RSVP list once a week, and then daily leading up to the event. He hadn't responded at all. No, yes, I shall attend with pleasure, nor any, no, I'm sending my regrets. Could she really be surprised? And yet it hurt. In fact, the only reason she'd gone to William Baldwin's party the night before was in hopes of seeing Edward in his own home. After he'd not returned her calls for days, months, and now years, she had thought that maybe he would make an appearance at his father's table, and they could organically reconnect. So he just straight up ghosted her. Sounds like they were a thing. He got kidnapped, whatever happened in South America happened, and then when he got back, he just straight up ghosted her. Churchill Downs and related events are heavily trademarked Churchill Downs Incorporated. The company owns numerous trademarks for its iconic brands, including the name Churchill Downs. Itself, Kentucky Derby. They own the name Kentucky Derby. That's impressive. And Run for the Roses 1, 2, 3, 4 because those properties are fiercely protected. You cannot use the names commercially without prior written permission from the company. That is probably why, if they're really bitchy about it, even though the law may be on your side in terms of copywriting in a book, that maybe you don't want that argument, you know? Because just because they might lose doesn't mean they can't sue you for it. So that could be why we have a made up place. Some places you don't want to fuck with. Like who like and this was short lived. This lasted for all these stupid things that happen on the internet and somehow seem to go on weeks. This one only lasted about a week. Remember when groups of idiots were gathering at a known Scientology temple and like breaking in and trying to run through the place, trying to I don't know, just take pictures and something because Scientology is very secretive. But it's like morons. You're committing break and enter, you're running through the place like flashing cameras. You're gonna run over somebody. You could hurt somebody, and you're trespassing because you're not welcome there. Like, ugh. And pranks cross the line into like breaking serious laws or putting people at risk. That's where I'm like done. It's trademarked. It's slightly different from copyright. Yeah, that might save them. But yeah, I got a feeling there's a reason that there's made up name because you only do that if you have to. Hey, mm. Okay, trying to think about something other than food. Lost my place. But no, Edward had not been there either. Miss Smythe, we're ready to seat the guests, if that's all right with you. The salads are down on the tables. Sutton smiled at the woman with the clipboard and the earpiece. Yes, let's dim the lights. I'll make my remarks as soon as they're in their chairs. Very well, Miss Smythe. Sutton took a deep breath and watched the herd of expensive cattle do what they were told and find their places all around ugh, places at all those round tables with their elaborate centerpieces, their gold plates and their engraved menus on top of linen napkins. Back before the tragedy, Edward had always been at these things, shooting her sardonic smiles and yet another person glommed onto him to ask him for money for their cause. Asking her to dance as a rescue maneuver when she got cornered by a close talker, looking at her and winking just because he could. They'd been friends since Charlemont County Day, business competitors since they graduated from Wharton, and she'd gotten her MBA from the University of Chicago. Social cohorts since they'd entered the charity dinner circuit when her mother had passed, and his had started to go to her room with greater and greater frequency. They had never been lovers. Oh, okay, I totally thought they had hooked up a lot. She had wanted them to be, for as long as she had known him, it seemed. But Edward had stayed away, sticking to the sidelines, even setting her up with other people. Her heart had always been his for the taking, but she'd never had the guts to walk over that line that he seemed very determined to draw between them. And then 2 years ago it happened. Dear Lord, when she'd heard about him heading off for another of those South American business trips of his, she'd had a premonition, a warning, a bad feeling. But she hadn't called him, reached out, or tried to get him to take more security or something. So, in some way, she had always felt particularly responsible. Maybe if she'd. Okay, no. You did not know what was going to happen. It was more than one place. It wasn't break and enter because they were and are open to the public. Anyone could go in if they wanted. It was just they were going in to cause a ruckus and annoy and kind of went about things frauditor style. Yeah. I only saw one or two clips. And the Scientology place has gotten a bit of trouble because they responded, but taking the door handle off and cabling the door shut? What? You can't do that. The fire marshal had to point out you can't do that. No, no. Um, they had to be told you can't literally like chain doors shut. No, you can't fucking do that. That's really fucking dangerous. And taking the door handles off, that just inconveniences everybody. That's really stupid. I'm sorry. Those are both two exceedingly stupid responses to what was going on and dangerous. Like, yeah, let's just make everything worse by having a really bad response to this stupid thing that's happening. Uh, but who was she kidding? He wouldn't have stopped going down there for any reason other than bad weather. Edward had been a true competitor in the liquor industry, the heir apparent to the Bradford Bourbon Company not just by birthright, but by his incredible work ethic and savvy. After the kidnapping and the ransom demand, his father, William, had tried so hard to get him free. Negotiating with the kidnappers, working with the U.S. Embassy, everything had failed until, eventually, a special team had been sent in and had rescued Edward. She couldn't imagine what had been done to him, and this was the anniversary of when he'd gotten ambushed while traveling. Such a shame, the whole thing. South America was one of the most beautiful places in the world, with delicious food, fantastic landscapes, and an amazing history. She and Edward had always joked they would retire down there on side by side estates. The kidnapping and ransoming of business executives was one of the travel advisories for certain areas, but that was no different than someone being told not to go through Central Park at 3 in the morning. Bad elements could be found wherever you were, and there was no reason to condemn an entire continent because of a minority of bad actors. Unfortunately, Edward had become one of the victims. Or are we finally gonna figure? Are we finally gonna get told like exactly what happened to him, or is that just gonna be left vague the entire time? We will never know exactly what happened to him. After all this time, she just wanted to see him with her own eyes. There had been a couple of blurry photos that had been in the press, and they had certainly not set her mind at ease. He had appeared so much thinner, his body hunched over, his face always turned down and away from the cameras. To her, he would still be beautiful, however. Miss Smythe, we're ready if you are. Shaking herself into focus, Sutton saw that the 1,000-person crowd was seated, picking at their salads and ready to hear her speak. Ugh, the idea of being at an event with 1,000 people, God no. Ugh, just absolutely no. That would be ugh. There was a charity fundraiser thing I used to go to like pretty regularly, and that was like maybe 300 to 400 people, and that was pushing it. Fortunately, it was a sit-down dinner while the people who ran the place got up on stage and talked about how great everything was going, and I didn't have to say a word to anybody, so that was good. Without warning, a sudden roar of dreadful energy pounded through her, bringing sweat out across her chest, over her forehead, under her arms. As her heart leapt into a snare drum rhythm, waves of lightheadedness caused her to reach out and steady herself on the wall. What was wrong with her? Miss Smythe. I can't, she heard herself say. I'm sorry? She pressed the index card she'd so carefully written out into the hands of an assistant. Someone else needs to. What? Wait, where are you? She put her palms up and backed away. Give this speech. Miss Smythe, you're the only one who. I'll call you on Monday. I'm sorry, I can't do this. So she has panic attacks at speaking in public? Like, that seems out of nowhere. Sutton had no idea where she was going as her high heels clipped a retreat over the marble floor. In fact, it wasn't until a wave of heat hit her that she realized she'd left the building via a fire exit and had emerged on the west side of the complex out in the humid night air. Oh, is she gonna go to Edward's place and walk in on him with a hooker that looks like her? I don't know how you would even respond to that. Far from the parking lot where her chauffeur was waiting. Collapsing against the museum's stuccoed wall, she took a deep breath that did nothing to alleviate a crushing sense of suffocation. She couldn't stay out here all night. More to the point, she wanted to run fast and far away. Run until this feeling of ambient terror worked its way out of her system. But that was crazy, right? God, she was losing her mind. Finally, the pressure of everything was getting to her. Or maybe it was, once again, and always, Edward Baldwin. Time to get moving. This was ridiculous. Shucking her stilettos and holding them by the ankle straps, she started out over the grass, staying close to the pools of illumination thrown by the security lights. After what seemed like forever, the parking lot she was in search of appeared, and she turned yet another corner. Except then she was confronted by the number of cars and limousines parked in the open air space. Where was her? By some stroke of luck, the black Mercedes C63 found her. Oh, there we go. Another name drop and fancy car. Though, if it's a Mercedes, it's probably a nice car, because Mercedes tend to be nice cars. I'm pretty sure like C class is like the big one, so I don't know what C63 is, but it's probably a big car. The large sedan drawing up in front of her, its passenger side window going down soundlessly. Ma'am, her chauffeur said in alarm. Ma'am, are you all right? I need the car. Sutton walked around to him, the headlights flaring brilliant white against her silver gown and her diamonds. I need the car. I need. Ma'am? The uniformed man got out from behind the wheel. I'll drive you wherever you have to. She took $100 bill out of her tiny evening bag. Here, please get a cab or call someone. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I need to go. He shook his head at the cash. Ma'am, I can take you anywhere. Please, I need the car. There was a short pause. All right. Do you know how to drive this? This is a reasonable question for somebody that gets chauffeured all the time. Do you actually know how to drive this car? I'll figure it out. That is not the answer you want. She put the money against his palm and curled his hand into a fist. Keep this. I'll be fine. I'd rather drive you myself. I appreciate the kindness, I truly do. She shut herself in, put the window up, and looked around for the gear shift or a knock on the tinted glass. She put the thing back down. It's there, to the side of the wheel, the chauffeur said. That's where your drive and reverse are. There you go. And the directional signal is, yep, that's right. You shouldn't need the windshield wipers, and the headlights are already on, as you can see. Good luck. I would so. This is not a good idea. I would not, she doesn't even know. She doesn't have any clue what she's doing. He stepped back, kind of like you if someone were about to put a match to fireworks. Or a bomb. This is smart, because I have a feeling she's going to wreck this car. Sutton hit the gas, and the powerful sedan lurched forward as if it were a jet engine running under the hood. In the back of her mind, she did a quick calculation on how many years it had been since she'd actually driven herself anywhere, and the answer was not encouraging. Yeah. See, this is like when Hillary Clinton took out her own mailbox trying to back down her driveway because she had not driven a car in like 10 plus years. This was shortly after her and Bill had left the White House and she was trying to be normal, and the Secret Service extremely did not want her driving her own car because she hadn't driven herself in like 10 years, but she was like, no, I can go to the grocery store and get milk. It'll be fine. I'll drive my own car. I know what I'm doing. And she made it like 10 feet down the driveway, went off the side of the road, and took out her mailbox. And that was the last time she drove a car. Uh, mhm. But just like everything else in her life, she was going to figure it out or die trying. So we're getting all our pieces in play now. We know who all our romantic pairings are going to be, who the competition is. Mind if I have some more? As Lizzie gave him an "oh, please do," Lane got up and headed back to the fridge. The food was helping clear his head. Or maybe it was her company. Or maybe you were drinking on an empty stomach, and when you eat food, it helps. This is really good, he said as he broke open the icebox and took out another serving. Her soft laugh made him pause and close his eyes, so the sound could sink into him even more deeply. You're just being, excuse me, you're just being nice, she murmured. God's honest. Putting his plate into the microwave, he hit 6 minutes and watched the frozen block went around and around. So I'm going to have to talk to Edward, he heard himself saying. When was the last time you saw him? He cleared his throat, felt that itch for a little drink. It was. For a moment he got lost in wondering how he could ask her if she had any booze in the house. Wow. That long. Actually, I was thinking about something else. Namely, that it was entirely possible he had a drinking problem. But come on, after a day like today, who wouldn't be an alcoholic? That's not being an alcoholic, that's just getting really drunk. What? Oh shit, had he spoken out loud? Sorry, my brain's a mess. I wish there was something I could do to help. You are. So when did you see Edward last? Lane closed his eyes, but instead of doing some mental calculations that would reveal the sum of how much he sucked as a brother, he went back in time to that New Year's night when Edward had gotten beaten for the rest of them. Oh great, we're gonna have another flashback of their father being terrible. And it's in the flashback writing. Oh, but before that it's time to pick another duck. And then we'll pick one more when we call it a night. Let's see. Okay, lead Porygon duck. Okay, so this time it's gonna be one of these three. We'll see. and I don't. This crown is made out of tinfoil, so I'm not going to tap it. Um, but all right. So out of these three, we'll see. We'll do the same way because I can't rock paper scissors against myself. Even though that is the preferred way of choosing things, isn't it? All right. Let's see. Let's hope I can do this with my eyes closed. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tiger by the toe. If he hollers, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. All right. We got Queen Midas Duck. So now she needs a name. I would think something associated with bling, because she's kind of got a lot of bling. I put a pink jewel inside the crown, see? Because I wanted it to be extra special. And hey, we have our first couple of ducks. We have a King Midas and a Queen Midas. We officially have a duck couple. What are we going to call her? Now I'm going like who's like in Shakespeare? Who's like somebody's wife that's like infamous? Or who is in the story of the actual King Midas? Is he married? Does he have a wife? I don't know if I've ever read the actual story. I don't think so. I think is King Midas a Greek myth? I don't remember. It's a myth from something. But did he actually have a wife? He and Maxwell had stayed in the ballroom, silent and trembling, as their father had forced Edward upstairs. As the two sets of footfalls had ascended the grand staircase, Lane had screamed at the top of his lungs, but only internally. He was too much of a coward to jump out and stop the lie that had saved him and his brother. I should go up there, he said as time passed. But what can you do? Max whispered. Nothing will stop father. Okay, is Max alive? Are we ever gonna find out? Did he die as a child? Did he like run away and hasn't been heard from in 10 years? Like what? Good. Except Max was right. Edward had lied and their father was making him pay for a transgression that was not his own. If Lane told the truth now, their father would simply beat them all. At least if he and Maxwell stayed here, they could avoid. No, this was wrong. This was dishonorable. I'm going up there. Before Maxwell could say anything, Lane grabbed his brother's arm. And you're coming with me. Okay, not fair. You don't get to drag people with you. Max's conscience must have been bothering him as well because instead of arguing like he always did with everything, he followed mutely up the front stairs. When they got to the top, the grand hallway was empty save for its fancy moldings, the oil paintings, and the bouquets sitting on antique tables or bureaus. We've got to stop this, Lane hissed. One after the other, they moved quickly over the carpet runner to their father's door. I don't know if I can say that. Hermodike, also recorded as Damodice or Demodike. God, they like really messed up names. She was the daughter of King Agamemnon of Cyme and is historically credited in ancient sources with inventing the earliest minted coinage. Cool. That is very cool. I am going to have to name it something I can pronounce. Well, since the first one is close enough, I'm naming the Queen Midas duck Hermione. It's kind of close. course, now I'm thinking about the Harry Potter TV series that's either going to be great or terrible, and either way, we'll still get 7 seasons and lots of ratings. Though I do love that they've had to start putting tracking RFID trackers on the props because everyone keeps stealing them off the set. On the other side of the panels, the sounds of the whipping were sharp and loud, from the slaps of the leather hitting bare skin to the grunts as their father put his strength into it. Edward was silent, and meanwhile the two of them just stood there, silent and stupid. All Lane could think about was how neither he nor Max would be even half as strong. They would have both ended up crying. The drive to be righteous and honest grew weaker with each of those hits, until Lane's nerve was totally lost. Let's go, he choked out with shame. Once again, Max did not put up a fight. He was obviously too much of a coward as well. Like 6. This is not being a coward. This is saving yourself when telling is only gonna, make things worse. The room they shared was down further, and Lane was the one who opened the door. There were plenty of bedrooms to spare for them to sleep separately, but when Maxwell had started getting night terrors a couple years before, they had become roommates by default. Max had started sneaking into Lane's room and waking up there in the morning. Eventually, Miss Aurora had moved another bed in, and that was that. Their bathroom was a Jack and Jill, and the room on the far side of the long, thin space was Edward's. Max got in his bed and stared straight ahead. We shouldn't have gone down there. It's my fault. It's both our fault. He glanced down at Max. You stay there. I'm gonna go wait for him to come back in. As he went into the loo, he closed the door behind himself and prayed Max followed orders. Why do we have a British word in the middle of not British book? He had a bad feeling about what kind of condition Edward was going to be in when their father was done with him. Oh, how Lane wanted to go back to earlier and redo the decision to go to the parlor. Putting the toilet seat down, he sat and listened to the pounding of his heart. Even though he couldn't hear the whipping anymore, it didn't matter. He knew what was happening across the hall. For some reason, he kept looking over to their 3 toothbrushes, which were standing up in a silver cup by the folded hand towels on the counter. The red one was Edward's because he was the eldest and got to pick first. Max went for green because it was the manliest of what was left. Lane got stuck with yellow and hated it. These are rich kids. They could have fucking monogram toothbrushes. It's always so stupid when there's things like that. No one ever wanted KU blue. Oh, we get more football. We couldn't go an entire week without hearing about the football. Now I'm wondering, since the racetrack is a fake name, I'm wondering if the football teams are fake names too. A soft click and the rasp of a door being opened broke the quiet. Lane waited until there was a second click, and then he got to his feet and peered into Edward's room. Basketball? Oh, it's basketball, not football. Okay, I will try to remember that. College basketball, KU is Kentucky University. Okay. Apparently, they also have a rival team. I don't think we really have any sports rivalries here. I mean, I cannot think of the goddamn team. The Maple Leafs and the, Montreal Canadiens sometimes have a bit of a hockey rivalry, but it's all in good fun. It's not serious. In the dimness, Edward was walking towards the bathroom all bent over, with one arm around his belly and the other thrown out to steady himself on the bureau, the wall, the desk. Lane rushed forward and took a hold of his brother's waist. Sick, Edward groaned. Gonna be sick. Oh God, he was bleeding down his face, their father's signet ring having cut his skin when he'd been cuffed. I'm assuming this means punched in the face. And again, we have British words. Why do we have British words? I've got you, Lane mumbled. I'll take care of you. The going was slow, Edward's legs struggling to hold his torso up. Part of his PJ top had gotten stuck in the waistband of his pants when he'd been pulled back into place after the whipping, and all Lane could think about was what was underneath. The welts, the blood, the swelling. Okay, in case we needed to hate their father more, he's like he better end up dead somewhere in this series. Edward barely made it to the toilet in time, and Lane stayed throughout the vomiting. When it was done, he took that red toothbrush out of the silver cup and got the crest. After a brushing, he helped his brother back out and over to the bed. Why don't you cry? Lane said roughly as his brother settled on the mattress like his entire body hurt. Just cry and he'll stop as soon as you do. That was the way it was whenever he and Max got beaten. Go to bed, Lane. Edward's voice was exhausted. I'm sorry, Lane whispered. It's okay. Go to bed. It had been hard to leave, but he'd already screwed up badly once that night, and look what had happened with that. Back in his own room, he'd gotten between the sheets and stared up at the ceiling. Is he okay? Max asked. For some reason, in the shadow, their room was completely threatening, seeming to have been thrown by monsters moving and lurking on the periphery. Lane. Yes, he lied. He's fine. Lane. Lane shook himself and glanced over his shoulder. What? Lizzie pointed at the microwave. It's done. Beep, beep. He just stood there and blinked, trying to return from the past. Right. Sorry. Back at the table, he put the steaming food down and sat in his seat, only to discover he'd lost his appetite. When Lizzie reached across and put her hand on his, he took what she offered and brought it to his mouth for a kiss. What are you thinking about? Lizzie asked. You really want to know? Yes. Well, didn't he have so many things to pick from? As she waited for an answer, he stared at her face for the longest time, and then he smiled a little. Right now, in this very moment, I'm thinking that if I have a chance with you, Lizzie King, I'm going to take it. Yeah, press X to doubt. And again, he still has not told her about the pregnant wife or that whole situation. The blush that hid her face was covered when she put her palms up. Oh, God. He laughed softly. You want me to change the subject? Yes, she said from hiding. He didn't blame her. Fine, I'm really glad I came out here. Easterly's like a rope around my throat right now. Lizzie rubbed her eyes and then dropped those hands. You know, I can't believe about Rosalinda. That is just plain horrific. He sat back in his chair, respecting her need for another topic. And get this, Mitch Ramsey, the sheriff's deputy, he called me on the way here. The medical examiner's inter- the medical examiner's initial thought is hemlock. Wow, that is like old school. Hemlock. Yeah, seriously? So she didn't we still don't, by the way, we still don't know if this was a murder or not. We don't know. But given that apparently the method of death is poison, I'm gonna say that it was murder somehow. Like, and I know I'm pretty sure hemlock does grow wild in some places. So there's some places where it's not, where like you would have to know what it looks like. But it's not like that hard to get a hold of. I know that. Okay, as much as I don't want to get up again, I really, really, really have to. Oh, I'll be right back. 2 seconds. Yeah, poison is also very feminine as well. And are we think my first thought, yeah, poison is usually a woman's weapon, that's true. So I'm thinking it's Chantal. It's Lane's wife because the father was sleeping with Rosalinda, had a long-standing decades worth of affair with her, but he was clearly cheating on her with Chantal, who probably figured, the wife isn't long for it with her drinking and drug habit, so let me just get rid of Rosalinda. Or the father used her to embezzle the money and then killed her so she couldn't talk or something. But I'm thinking it's the wife. Her face. He circled his own with his hand. That gruesome smile. It was caused by some kind of facial paralysis, which happens to be a well documented with that variety of poison apparently. Man, I'll tell you what. I'm not likely to forget what it looked like for a very long time. Is it possible she was killed? Well, duh. They don't think so. You need a good dose of hemlock to get the job done, so it's more likely she did it herself. Plus, her Nikes were brand new and had grass on the bottoms. So, Nikes. She didn't wear anything except flats. Exactly, but she was found with this pair of running shoes on, which she'd evidently just bought and walked around outside in. From what Mitch said, back in Roman times, people used to take the poison and then ambulate to make it work faster. So again, that points to her doing it herself. Because she not only wanted to kill herself with an extremely, imprecise method, because you would have to, I assume you can't just pick hemlock and eat it and it kills you. I assume you have to, distill it or brew it into a tea or something for it to be actually poisonous. They said you need a lot of it for it to be fatal. And what? We're saying this person was what, a student of Roman history and wanted her death to be really historic or something? There's easier ways to kill yourself. There was a Hemlock Society, which was a self-deletion advocacy group. Yeah, I totally believe that. And there's some people I'd like to hang out with. They sound like fun. Puppy is still curled up on the couch with his head down the corner, so he's good. Being in trouble is just so exhausting, even when you sleep the entire time. When are they going to invent a trash can that he can't get into? He's really good at getting into them, believe me. I've had childproof ones, I've had ones with clamps on the lid, I've had ones with lids that screw on, I've had ones that are childproof or kind you have to step on the thing. None of them have ever stopped him. They don't exist anymore. Insert morbid joke here. Yeah, I'm all for that. Uh, just thinking I gotta get some writing done. I haven't done any today. I'm like 2/3 through the sex scene that's been hanging over my head for weeks. I think I have achieved actually adding some intimacy to it. It's not done yet, but it's definitely better. And I'm hoping it's good enough now. Or at least conveys what I want to convey instead of what it was because I rushed through it out of being a chicken. I've been working on it steady for the last 6 days because I can only do it in small doses or else the chicken gets too strong and I don't want to leave it hanging for weeks again. I want it finished. How horrific. The question is why, and unfortunately I think we know the answer to that one. What are you going to do now? He stayed silent for a while, and then his eyes lifted to hers. For starters, I was thinking of taking you upstairs. Okay, dude, if you don't tell her about the pregnant wife, you a cad. and she has every right to, like, bitch slap the fuck out of you later. Lizzie blushed again. And what are you going to do with me on the second floor? Help you fold your laundry. She barked out a laugh. I hate to disappoint you, but that's already been done. Make your bed? Sorry, done. Curse your work ethic. Darn your socks? Any buttons that need replacing? Are you saying you're good with a needle and thread? I'm a fast learner, so care to sew with me? Okay, this would not be getting like anyone into my pants. You if you want to get me upstairs, the thing to say is, I would like to take you upstairs and have sex with you. Do you wanna? That I will respond to. This cutesy ass bullshit, I'm gonna be like, there's the door, goodbye. Have lost all sexual interest in you because you're acting like an idiot. Goodbye. I'm afraid I've got nothing like that to attend to. Is there something else I can help you with? He said in a low voice. Some kind of ache I could soothe. Oh god, now I'm dying of cringe. I'd be the person standing there desperately trying not to laugh at him. Not out of being mean, but just because what he's saying is really dumb and would make me laugh. He said in a low voice. Some kind of ache I could soothe, some fire I could put out. With my mouth, maybe. People only talk like this in books. And bad movies, to be fair. Lizzie closed her eyes and swayed in her chair. Oh, God. Yeah, this is not making my panties wet. Wait, I've got it. How about I take you to the second floor and we mess up your bed? Then we can remake it. When she finally looked over at him, her lids were low and her eyes were hot. You know, that sounds like a perfect plan. Has anybody brought a condom? Do we think anybody is thinking about birth control here? Of course not. Because nobody in these books ever has a condom. Ever. Or even thinks about it. And there's never any consequences. Ever. Unless it's part of the plan and stupid. That's stupid marriage banter flirting? Okay. I'll take your word for it. Sarah Bellum is our resident expert at marriage. I love it when we're both on the same page. They stood up together, and before she could stop him, he went over and picked her up. See, as much as it's cliche, I do love the being picked up thing. It will never happen, and I will never experience it, but in my head, it is one of those things I tend to add in. It's just the idea of being picked up and carried up to bed is just, I don't know, there's something romantic about it. Maybe it's fatalistic, but there's something like romantic and charming I find about it. What are you doing? She pushed at his hold as she started to laugh. Lane, what does it look like? He headed out of the kitchen. I'm carrying you upstairs. Wait, I weigh too much. Also, okay, no, that is spelled right. For a second I thought it was not spelled right, but I think it is. Weigh is one of those words that messes with my head. Oh, please. No, I'm not one of those tiny little females. Exactly. You're a real woman. He hit the stairs and kept going. And that's what real men are attracted to. Trust me. Can we stop with the the machismo crap? Because I really don't need it. Also flirting in front of little ears. Okay, yeah, that's got to be a skill all in and of itself. Once the children hit like, old enough that they're kind of paying attention to the world around them, age like 2, 3, when they become aware that there is a world around them and they start listening. Because, anything they hear, they are very liable to blurt out in front of strangers at absolutely any moment. Because little kids will tell you all the everything. They have no filter. And they have no idea what they are not supposed to say, or what's personal, or what's embarrassing, or anything else. They will just blurt out whatever pops into their tiny little heads. They're never not listening. Yeah, this is why tiny children make excellent spies, because they often go unnoticed in the room, and they hear everything, and they will tell you everything. She let her head fall on his shoulder, and as he felt her eyes search his face, he thought of what Chantal had done with his father, or at least what she said she had done. This is true. We don't actually know if that's true. I mean, I think it is because I called it from the beginning, but we'll see. Do we think we're ever gonna see the father? Because we've only seen him in the past. In the present, I don't think anyone has spoken to him. He's fucked off to Cleveland, wherever. I don't believe he's in Cleveland. I think they're when they finally go looking for him, they're gonna find out like he left for Australia or somewhere, or the Cayman Islands, somewhere non-extraditable, um, or something like that. So maybe we'll never actually like talk to him or confirm anything or see him or maybe he turns up dead too, and like it was the two of them, or like she poisoned him before she killed herself or something. I don't know. We'll see. Uh, Lizzie had never betrayed him, not in thought nor in deed. She simply wasn't hardwired that way, which made her a real woman, and not just because she was no 100-pound social X-ray. That sounds like a very bad term. No, you don't have to say it, he murmured as the old steps creaked under his feet. Say what? That this doesn't mean anything in the larger scheme of things. I know you want me friend only, and I accept that. You're carrying her up to bed, so no, you don't. You should be aware of one caveat, though. What's that? She breathed. He let his voice deepen. I'm prepared to be a very patient man when it comes to you. I will seduce you for however long it takes, give you space if you need it, or follow you tight as sunshine on your shoulder if you'll let me. His eyes locked on hers. I lost my chance with you once, Lizzie King. That's not going to happen again. End of chapter. And looking at the time, end of evening. Wait, did we make it to the chapter I said we would? Aw, we're one short, I think. Aw. Yeah, it's a long one. Ugh. So he's basically just said, I'm going to pursue you whether you want me to or not. I totally accept that you just want to be friends, except that I don't. And I'm going to seduce you until you fall for me, and even after the way I treated you before. And let's not forget, he's a lying piece of shit right now, because he has not told her about the wife being pregnant, the potential affair with the father, the full extent of the finances, like the fact that like she has said you're not divorcing me, so that's gonna go on for a while. So yeah, not exactly being upfront with the situation. But all the like, because there were multiple characters who did it. All the talk about like being a man and you know giving what the lawyer said to Jin really made me sick, because it's all of that toxic masculine crap of I would never honor you with my name because you're a whore. Go fucking fuck yourself to the extreme on that one. Wow, can you go to hell? Like I wouldn't even talk to someone who thought like that ever. Because you can just get all the way away from me with that fucking bullshit. Like, you're so fucking much, dude. Like, don't even. Yeah, he's also drunk and probably has no idea what he's saying or doing. Like, this is why also the notion of him, like, carrying her up the stairs is kind of funny, because do we think he's physically capable at the moment? It's one of those good ideas, but then in practice, not so much. It's like showering with somebody else, which I only did once because the notion is romantic. The practicality of it is not good. Unless you are in one of those like 8 shower heads on all the different sides showers, don't shower with somebody. It's not good. One of you's always cold. You're constantly circling each other to get under the water. It's not good. Don't do it. It was not great. But you live and learn. I think the lawyer's bitter and that's his defensive wall. I think you're right. Yeah, because I think my guess for the history of the two of them, because he doesn't know that he's the baby daddy, my guess is they were a thing, maybe not publicly, like maybe it was a secret thing. You know, they were together for a while. She was obviously young because doing the math, she had the baby when she was like 16 or 17. Um, so they were a thing. Like maybe he wanted to marry her, but it sounds like when she found out she was pregnant and therefore her family found out, I'm guessing they made up some bullshit story of either it was someone else's or she doesn't even know who it is because she's a slut. Um, and so it like broke his heart that she was like two-timing him, or maybe they just literally like sent her away as rich families do, send her off to Europe for 6-8 months until after the birth and she's skinny again. And he was a farmer, yeah, before becoming a lawyer. This is true. Because I'm guessing that is why like he wasn't told and they didn't get married, probably because like he's not good enough for her, or he's not rich enough for her, and she's the daughter of, and blah blah blah, and that kind of thing. So that's probably where a lot of the heartbreak and the bullshit comes from. And now like yeah, he like hates her on that level because he just sees her as like a rich social climbing biatch who, you know, kind of threw him away back when they were like in college or something, or however. So we may or may not get the backstory on that. I don't know. Books is not so great with the backstory. We still don't know what happened. Didn't they say she went to a Swedish finishing school? That's entirely possible. I don't remember it specifically, but you're more right than I am on these things, so probably yeah, and that would do it. That would be one way to hide such things. Is just get her out of the country. Because that's an old standby when, you know, girl turns up pregnant who shouldn't be. It's just literally hide her. Like this is still done. The high school that I graduated from was the place where the Catholic school system dumped the pregnant girls. I wasn't pregnant or Catholic. There were a couple others who went there. But pretty much it was an alternative program where all the kids that the mainstream school system didn't want and didn't want to be responsible for and thought were worthless, but we're legally obligated to give them an education even though we think they're all, you know, going to amount to nothing. It was that place. And so it's where all the pregnant girls wound up, or the guys that have extensive juvie records. Or like me, I'd been to every high school in the city and I just had nowhere to go and no parents to advocate for me, so I got dumped into it too, which suited me just fine because it was a work at your own pace school where I didn't have to sit and listen to teachers blah blah lectures about things I already knew. I could work as fast as I wanted. I could listen to music all day while I was working, which was a great benefit for me because I work a lot better when I have music on. So yeah, for me, great place. Though I did get asked no less than 8 times while I went there if I was pregnant. Because that was just, even if you weren't pregnant when you got there, a lot of girls got pregnant after going there. Don't ask me why, but I don't know. I guess it was just assumed you were a slut if you went to this school. It was ridiculous. Just looking to see if it says if the author's British. I don't think she is. And yet we have British words in the middle of a flashback for no reason that don't belong there. Weird. But that is going to do it for this evening because we have reached the witching hour and I have some witching to do. I have actual stuff I have to get done and I'm trying to keep regular hours. I have actually gone to bed at kind of a consistent time, within an hour of itself, for 3 nights in a row. This is the first time in about 6 months I can say that. They do have a British butler. This is true. I love that they have a British butler. I love that in books the butler is always British. It's just a thing. The butler is always British and the butler always did it. That's always a thing. I want to know where the butler did it trope came from. Like, was there like a mystery writer somewhere who like in one of their books just couldn't decide it, so they just said the butler did it, and that was that, and it became like the cliched thing because it so is. No, it sounds like it might have. Okay, Puppy's still asleep, so we don't get to say goodbye to him, but we got lots of Puppy this week because he was very insistent on being shown off and getting cuddles and making sure that you all know that he's not in trouble anymore, though he probably will be again tomorrow because he can't keep his nose out of the garbage. I don't know what I'm going to do with him. Probably keep cuddling him and rubbing his belly and snuggling him in bed under his mountain of blankie. But even when it's hot like this, he still insists on having about this much fleecy blanket on top of him in several layers. He's the happiest thing. He's just the happiest thing when he's like that. He's just doesn't have a care in the world. Happy doggy. Okay, so we're going to call it a night. We didn't get a lot on our mark sheets tonight, but we still got the rest. I'm still glad I extended the brand names because they still are massively in the lead, as we can see. I don't think that's going to change. But I am going to go get something that resembles food and then try to not stay up all night. I really don't want to break my streak, so wish me luck. Thank you all for being here tonight. Thank you for all the new ducks. Oh, we forgot. Wait, we have one more duck. I almost forgot. Damn. Okay, glad I remembered. We have one more duck. Then I will say goodnight. Okay, it's either going to be Julia Roberts duck or Black Swan duck. Okay, so either one is good, but let's see. Which duck are we ending on? Okay. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by the toe. If he hollers, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Black Swan duck! Yay! I'm happy now. I've never seen Black Swan. It's on my movie list. Now I have to watch this week. Now sometime this week we definitely have to watch Black Swan because now I have to see. But we'll figure out what to name our Black Swan duck. Ah, it looks so good. I'm so pleased with it. Okay. So we still have lots of other painted ducks. Okay, but now we're really gonna say goodnight. So love yourself, love on a fur baby. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for the support and the love and the help and the research, especially because knowing where things are really helps my brain fill things in. But thank you all for being here. Thank you, Satel. Thank you, Sarah Bone. Thank you for Snickety, Nightwolf, not Night. He wasn't here tonight. Ironton Auditor, Zeus, and Deacon. Thank you all for being here. Love yourself. Love on a fur baby. I hope I see you all next week, and I hope you are nice and safe and cool wherever you are. So until then, I've been Insane Lane. This has been Tia and Rose's Book Club, and I will see everybody next week. Bye bye.